call the February 1st town meeting to order, please. Roll call.
Schneider?
Here.
Hayter?
Here.
Larson?
Here.
Shannon?
Here.
Morris?
Here.
Weir?
Here.
Casanello? Casanello?
He said here.
Here. Okay, we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we'll go to the invocation by Reverend Sean Russo of St. Paul's Episcopal Church.
Good evening, everyone. I just thought I'd mention really quick, the first part of the prayer is not mine. It's actually a prayer written by George Washington. And then the second part is I guess, something I wrote for the town council. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. First of all, being who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of your favor and glad to do your will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, and good manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance. Bend our liberties and fashion into one united people, with multitudes brought together out of many nations and tongues. Fill with the spirit of wisdom those to whom we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to the law we may show forth your praise among the nations of the earth. Time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble suffer not our trust in you to fail. And our town of Haymarket, your merciful care, that being guided by your providence, we may dwell secure in peace. Grant to our town council and staff, police department, and all in authority, the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice. Steadfast purpose, they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of the. Finally, we entrust all who have been affected by the outbreak of COVID-19, all who will be affected, all who care for them, all who are dear to us, to your never-failing compassion and love, knowing that you grant more than we can ever hope for each day. So we ask this prayer and all the prayers we hold in our hearts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Sean. We'll move on to citizens' time.
Just hold on to it till it turns green.
Green.
Jim Payne, 6680 Fayette Street. Good evening. First, I'd like to give the council kudos on giving the directive for the sixth officer. I think that's great. I wish it was done when Councilman Shannon suggested it, but better late than never. And I think the chief has a couple applicants, and so I hope that will start moving the ball forward pretty rapidly. But I did come here tonight to talk about the DMV Select. I was at the last, I guess, planning special meeting, the one that went on till 11 o'clock. I did have to bail at close to 11, but I did see a splash page of a presentation that was going to be presented from Chris. I think he sent that out to all you guys. I checked the website, and I'm not saying it's not there, but I checked the agenda packet, and I didn't see it there. So I don't know what was in it, but I imagine you guys are going to talk about that tonight. But I definitely feel like that the residents really need to know what's in this, because it does affect them. I mean, you're changing, there's going to be construction, you're changing the functionality of this building. It's from what all I've heard, it's going to be a busy office. So that's going to change the traffic. Now, everything that's come through here before, I've seen a lot of businesses come through here, and the first thing you say is traffic. What the traffic's going to be, what it's going to be. Is it going to be too much? And I hear crickets on this. Nothing has been said about traffic. You know, the residents and the businesses, they pay the salaries for the staff and they pay for the mortgage. They should have some say as to what's going to happen, because you're going to change the functionality of this building, how it is used. So I don't know why there wouldn't be a public hearing. I mean, in the spirit of transparency, I would think you would want a public hearing. Now, what do the residents think about this? They might love it. I don't know. And maybe not, neither do you. But I would think that something like that would require a public hearing, since you are changing the use of this building, not only having it as a town hall, but also having it as a DMV Select. So with that, I'll be brief tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming we have some emails to read in?
Did not give any, so.
I just checked and I don't have any either.
Okay. I guess we'll move on then.
Councilman Fasanello. Or something.
I'm sorry to break protocol there for a second, Mr. Mayor. I didn't catch his name. Who was that speaking?
Jim Payne?
I missed the first part. There was something about thanking Steve.
That was for trying to making the motion for the sixth officer to be hired, or bringing it up back months ago, so.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go into minute approvals. First one is the work session of November 30th.
Mr. Mayor, I'll knock this out in a whole block. I would move approval of the work session minutes for November 30th, regular session meetings of December 2nd, work session of December 28th, the regular meeting of January 4th, and the special meeting of January 26th.
Second.
Did we have a meeting on January 26th? Okay.
That was the long one. Okay, I got a motion and a second. Anybody have any corrections that they want to state at this point? Okay, then we'll put it all up for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay. So we'll move on to the next item, the budget amendment.
Yes, sir. This is what town council discussed at the work session. This includes the town clerk's salary increase with the benefits, and then this also includes the $599 funds to the retention bonus, $1,000 for each of the full-time officers, then $1,000 for Mr. Anderson, and then $500 for Mr. Nugent. And then it is the $1,500 for the recruitment bonus for when the 5th and 6th officer sign with the town. And we will, once this is approved, we'll start advertising that tomorrow.
Okay, you mentioned the police. I'm assuming there's more involved with that, wasn't there?
I can't hear you through your mask.
Okay, I know Chris mentioned the police here. There was more involved with that, wasn't there?
I would like to expand the, well, not this particular budget amendment, but have a second one, or a second part to the retention bonus, which we will have to, and that would be to grant each of the full-time admin staffs a $1,000 retention bonus, and the part-time admin staff $250, which would total $4,250, for the time being to be paid out of the salary line items with a requisite budget amendment to be made in the third quarter to balance the books. With the preponderance of that coming from the same place where we're saving the money for the PD retention bonus.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to try and, I guess, reveal all that so that we can just have a full discussion at once. I think we're good with most of the discussion. I'll leave it up for anybody who has any concerns, discussions, or wants.
No, Mr. Mayor just said that we'll have some further explanation as to the, Councilman, where you're going to go through the impetus for those additional monies.
I don't believe it's fair to offer one side of the town a retention bonus and not the other. If we're offering a retention bonus to the PD, why aren't we offering a retention bonus to the town council or to the town staff who is going through the same set of circumstances that the PD is?
Okay.
It's a matter of equity.
When you and I spoke about it, I think my understanding initially going in was simply solely based on the 599 discussion and others, so I'm supportive of extending that, but I did not want to give the impression that we weren't supportive of the staff, because when we initially started the discussion, it was limited to the police and the police alone. If we have the capacity to extend it, then...
We have the capacity. The reason I would suggest we do it as two separate motions is we have to, we can't commingle the 599 funds. So for the PD side, you would draw, or we would have to, actually the first thing we're going to have to do is appropriate the $3,362 in 599 funds. So we're going to need a motion to appropriate that. Correct, Martin?
All as one motion, or you could do it as a separate motion?
I would rather do it as a separate motion to appropriate.
Appropriation and expenditure.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I suspected. So we would have one motion to go ahead and do the PD. We would appropriate $3,362 from the 599 funds, which we've already received, and then that would be allocated by the resolution, and then we would draw down $5,500. No, excuse me. We would draw down 5,130. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. $5,138 from the health insurance savings that we've accrued from not having to pay Officers Hood and Officer O'Neill's health benefits for the period of time that they have not been in. That's dead money. That is correct, Roberto. My understanding is correct on that?
Yes, you're talking about the difference between when they stopped working for the town.
Correct.
Now, there's a savings there that will not affect going forward any new hire.
Okay, so that's how we would fund that side. And then on the admin side, we would have to come up with another $4,250, which I would suggest drawing from the PD salaries and wages, similar savings from both Officers Hood and O'Neill in what is essentially dead budget money that cannot be otherwise spent, so we're just reallocating it. We would take care of that as part of the third quarter budget amendment, as we have enough in the salary line item right now to cover the admin staff.
Marshawn?
The only other follow-up question, Chris, obviously you won't decline, your staff won't decline it, but do you have any feedback on this discussion or comments?
The only thing I was going to say is I understand what Councilman Weir was saying, but we actually would be able to use this sample motion and then just add to the end of it if you guys did want to do the bonuses for the admin staff.
I don't think that's wise, given the public hearing requirements. I think we would go over a threshold if we do it as one. At least by my math, we would.
Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will tell you, no one appreciates this staff more than I do. I will not support this. I believe it's a tit for tat.
You will or not?
Pardon me?
You will or will not?
I will not support it. I believe it's a tit for tat. of the support for the police department for the majority of us, so I will not support it for that reason.
Chris, you had your hand up?
Yes, sir. I tend to have a different view than Steve. It is my opinion that we should deal with the 599 and then at another time look at the staff or what Mr. Weir is suggesting. I think it just makes more sense. I know the staff knows that we love and appreciate them and will work in whatever is fair for them, but to commingle both of them, to do it at the same time, I feel like it is muddying the water. This is a 599 funds to be used on recruitment, retention, and criminal justice reform. And I think once you start adding other things to it, it murkies the water of what our true intent is. Not because one department is getting an increase, we're going to tag on to the other department. I think it certainly needs discussion, but I just don't think it is at the right time to do it. I feel like if we do our proper research, instead of 2 minutes before we actually vote on it, it's brought up, then I think that's what transparency is, but not to be tied onto the motion that's going forward for the 599 for the police department. And again, I don't think the staff, me saying this, I don't think the staff would ever think that it's because I don't want them to get a bonus, but I think it does need to be properly vetted and a proper discussion to be had, just similar to the discussion that we had last week, Monday. Thank you, sir.
I was giving Joe a chance. Joe, I'll let you go first.
Okay, great. I fully support the idea of Mayor Mack. I was really great at assembly. So I would ask company leaders, could we pass this evening and then have an attempt to have it in the next meeting and make sure we pass it, and this way we've got the material there. The agenda to show the numbers.
You can go. I mean, Joe asked you a question. So.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that. I want to keep both of them separate, though. And the reason I wanted to keep it separate was because with the PD, we have to address the...
Unmute, please.
With the PD one, we have to address the 559 funds, and I do not want to commingle that in any way. That's why it would have to be two separate motions. So we would appropriate the 559 funds. We're supplementing it with additional town funds, which is my rationalization for giving the PD or the town staff an equivalent bonus, because we're not just using 599 funds for the PD. We're also using a little over $5,000 in existent budget monies to offset the remainder of the cost.
Did that answer your question, Joe? Do you still have any more comments? Okay. Bob, do you have any other comments that you wanted to add?
I mean, I have no preference over whether we actually adopt the staffed bonuses tonight or next week or next month. It doesn't matter to me, just so long as it gets done. I just want everybody to know the money is coming from the same pool.
Chris?
Yes, sir. Thank you. During our discussion concerning the 599, there was a council member that indicated that the chief of police should not receive the bonus. Does that apply to Chris Boone, as he's the manager over the admin staff?
If we're going to treat one department one way, I would suggest we treat both departments the same way.
I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind, during our discussion, the chief would not receive any. So I'm just trying to
That was an option, and that was discussed, as you know, and the chief did request that he be part of it. So I don't see any difference here, right?
No, I'm just trying to bring it up because it was,
Okay.
during the whole discussion of it, the initial discussion was to leave the chief off. So I'm just trying to see how far are we gonna go with it.
Well, if you want to give apples to apples, Chris gets the money because Chief accepted the money. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, again, I say it's tit for tat. And again, I think, I love our staff, and each one of them know it because I've told them that. But this just coming up now without us discussing it at some point, I'm not surprised it happened that way, but I will not support it. The other thing is comparing any department to law enforcement is apples and oranges in itself. Our staff work their tails off, and they face COVID just like everybody else, and I respect that. That is not law enforcement. They are not at risk of losing their lives every day that they're out on the beat. That is a tit-for-tat play by Councilman Weir, and I got to tell you, it's irritating to me, especially when I know, or I feel, that he's had issues with the police department since before he was elected, and I know that for a fact. And this is a tit-for-tat play by Councilman Weir, and it absolutely pisses me off that this would even be entertained. Thank you.
I'll give you the floor.
Now, I'll let Joe have it first. He had his hand up first.
Joe? I'll give you the floor, Joe.
Say when, okay. With respect to the comment about the chief not getting the bonus or the recommendation, I think that's a red herring because he's getting one anyway. So let's just put that to the side. As far as this motion or this agenda item, I would make the recommendation to my fellow councilmen that we go forward with this motion this evening. Let it rise or fall on the merits. And I have every intent to support Mr. Weiner in giving our staff, our admin staff, a bonus at the next meeting. It will be part of the agenda, and I'm requesting that be part of the agenda right here, right now. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
So what Joe is suggesting is for this to be tabled to join the work session and then vote on next session?
No.
No, not at this time.
You got to unmute him.
What's that?
I don't understand.
I'm saying that let's move forward with the information we have in the with the staff as well as our town clerk getting the remuneration. And that at the next meeting, as part of our work session, we have the discussion for staff bonus, and that it be part of the agenda at the next meeting. This way, it's all out there, it'll be in the agenda for the next meeting, and I will fully support the staff getting a bonus.
I think all of us are supportive of the staff getting a bonus. My transparency towards it is, at what point was this discussed? Like, who has heard of this for the first time tonight? Because this is the first I'm hearing of it. Maybe there was a meeting, another meeting or discussion that has been, so this is the first for you too, Mr. Schneider?
No, Mr. Weir and I spoke about it. He opposed the idea to me. In concept, I was supportive of it, but I had similar questions to what everyone else has asked. Is it coinciding with the discussion we had on 599? So I do agree we need to dispose of the 599 discussion, keep that on its own. Be happy to revisit the bonus next month. So.
And Madam Chairperson, Vice Mayor, this is the first time you're hearing about it?
Thank you, sir. There you go. No, I also had a discussion and was supportive in regards to having other questions answered.
Okay, so other people have heard about it. Steve, have you?
No, and that, it's kind of, I'm sorry, let me push the right one. It's suspicious to me that you and I haven't heard about it. We're the only two that have not heard about it. Only two from the existing council that didn't know anything about it. That's very interesting.
But I'm not gonna look too much into it. I just think the proper thing to do is just like what we did with the 599. Chris Kuhn went ahead, he did his research, he submitted it to the council discussed it on work session, and now we are ready to take an action. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, I had just one other thing, sir. If I would appreciate it if whoever the council member is, or the mayor, anybody else, if you're having discussions with the other council members, have the courtesy, the integrity to bring me into it as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. Okay, so, Councilman, this is, I do not see anything like this as aligning along those lines. Councilman Shannon, I understand your frustration, but I do not sense it as that way. I had anticipated that discussion would be had on an individual basis. He and I had a couple of things we were talking about, and that was the one thing that had come up and said, hey, what did you think about this? I had similar concerns that had not been discussed, and we had focused on the 599. I think lesson learned that we make sure we include as many folks as possible, but I was not under the impression in that conversation that was deliberately kept from some and not others. But I hear your point, so. Bob?
As I stated earlier, I have no preference as to whether it's done tonight or tomorrow or next week or next month with respect to the staff. I just want to see it done. With respect to the apples and oranges between staff and the admin, I don't see it that way. We have an equal responsibility to all staff members in this town, regardless of what their role is. And quite frankly, I'm a little tired of the admin side of this administration being treated like the redheaded stepchild. We've had to correct any number of budgetary issues to bring them up to snuff with respect to their equipment and a variety of other things. I point to the out-of-date computers that weren't replaced for years as an example. With respect to not notifying all members of the council, that's a two-way street, fellas. Because you guys did the same thing to me before the work session. So be careful what you accuse people of. And be careful with intent when you're not sure what that intent is, or you're just making it up for a political posture, for political posturing. I think it actually raises a question that I've long had, and I guess perhaps we should answer as a council, not as individuals, because I'm starting to get the impression that there's a question up here as to just what this town is. Are we a police department that is supported by a town? Or are we a town that supports a police department? They're two entirely different things. Now, I will be honest. I see drawing the town admin bonuses from the police department salary line item, from the cost savings accrued from not having Officer O'Neill and Officer Hood on duty and being paid. If anybody can give me a good reason why we shouldn't draw it for that line item, I will find it somewhere else. But I can't see the rationale for not doing that, and I believe that we need to treat all of our employees equitably.
I'd like to know what meetings you have not been apprised of that others have.
There was an entire discussion with respect to the PD and the budgetary requirements from the last work session that I wasn't given a heads up on beforehand about the details.
And who brought that up? I had no idea about it either.
That was not my understanding.
We may be talking about two different things then.
I don't think, Mr. Mayor, this is a matter of whether it would be approved or not. I think, for me personally, I'm in support of it. but I think there needs to be discussions before it is approved. That is my point of contention with it, that it should be something that is discussed before, because here's the point, Bob may come forward, like, I give you a good example. Bob, when I made the presentation on the vehicle take-home policy, Bob brought up a good point in it, where he said, hey, let's not match it with the fuel. He was incorrect, because he said my numbers are wrong, which they weren't wrong. But his suggestion in matching the fuel was a better suggestion in how to count it, in how to assess it. That is what discussions do. This sort of discussions causes people to step back to look at it from different angles. In the same way, if Bob were to put forward to say, hey, staff gets $1,000 increase, maybe there's a better suggestion on the floor to even discuss why not just a salary increase instead of a one-time bonus. So that's where discussions come in. And that's why I'm suggesting maybe discussions happen before we take action.
So, I gotta belabor this. So you and I had a discussion about that. Okay, did you and Steve have the same conversation?
Of what?
You and I discussed briefly about the content of your PowerPoint presentation last time before the meeting.
No, Steve and I talked about.
Okay, and that's fair. But I'm a little upset at the implication that there is something afoot, and it's not. Lesson learned, and Steve, I appreciate the feedback, and I will.
And I can tell
I'll
you,
check in with you and say, have you heard about this yet?
And the only person I didn't talk to with the presentation was Bob, because his number just kept on going to voicemail. He said he was in some garage somewhere hiding from police. But, that was the only person, I didn't talk to.
Now, and the one feedback I had was transparency of it, that we had not talked about this, and I gave you that feedback and fully expected that we were going to have that conversation tonight, which is why I split it and said I'm supportive of it. But that's not the impetus of the conversation we had last week, or last week. So,
Mr.
thank
Mayor,
you.
I am in support of giving any amount of money we can get to our staff as well as our police department. But discussing it, just bringing it up out of the blue now, I know I didn't know about it and Chris didn't. I agree with what he said. I'm not opposed to doing it. I most likely would vote for it. Once we have a discussion on it, it's put on the agenda and we discuss it.
Okay, I got two hands up. Bob, I'll let you go first, then Joe, you can follow up.
Again, I am not wedded to moving that particular item tonight. I have no issue with waiting until the work session to discuss it further, but I think bringing it up tonight was proper in the context of what we're already doing for the PD. In terms of, I don't have any issue at all if it is the will of the council to wait until until next month. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay, Joe?
I think we're getting far afield from a good news story here tonight. So everybody's warming up to this. Everything feels good. The good news here is that we had a nice long discussion about the bonuses to the PD. I think that shows our commitment to the PD. It also shows is that we're taking care of our clerk through the salary increase that Mr. Miller. So I think for tonight, gentlemen and ladies, let's focus on passing this as it is. And let's make sure we have it at our next work session on the agenda to discuss the remaining staff bonuses. And I would submit that we move forward with the remaining. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
So is that a motion?
If not, I'll make one.
I'm looking for anything.
Mr. Mayor, move the Haymarket Town Council approve amendments to the fiscal year 2021 as designated on Resolution 2021-002 and Resolution 2021-003.
Second?
Okay, I got a motion and a second. I think we did a shared discussion on this. Joe, do you know what we're voting on? We got a motion for accepting resolution 2021-002 and 2021-003. Okay, let's put it up for vote.
Yes.
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 Mr. Mayor, can we just take a short recess? The computer, yeah, we just need to try and reset it real quick.
Take a recess due to technical reasons. Should be. Okay, we're resuming the meeting. Sorry, Joe, I didn't have you off mute. We're resuming the meeting. So I'm assuming that's it for the budget. The next
Yes,
thing I
sir.
see is the next resolution, right?
This should be the SUP for
Yep.
14,600.
Okay, next agenda item, the SUP for 14,600 Washington Street. Okay, beforehand, I will have Emily give us a brief description of what went on in the Planning Commission and what their a brief description, have Emily give us a brief description of what happened during the Planning Commission and what their direction was, and then I will let the applicant have 5 minutes worth of time.
Okay, can everyone hear me all right? I'm gonna go through just a real quick process so that everybody's on the same page. This has been ongoing since June of 2020. The town council and planning commission first held their public hearing, the joint public hearing, on 6/29. At that meeting, the planning commission had referred those items for proper amendment in the SPP to the following meetings. The planning commission asked defer the SPP application until action is taken on the proper amendment. Proper amendment, the planning commission and was ultimately denied by the town council. There was some confusion among some of the commissioners about what was in the resolution and why those items were in there. Mainly items that some felt could be addressed at the site plan phase, as well as why there was a lengthy discussion regarding the property amendment. With that discussion, it was ultimately decided in December that we would ask for the attorney's presence at the next planning commission meeting, as well as the attorney's review of the proposed resolution. The commission was also asked to provide their feedback and comments on the resolution. So in January, we resumed conversation with the planning commission regarding the resolution and the SCP application. The attorney weighed in as well on the additional information in the resolution prior to that. So as staff, I had recommended the denial of the SCP application on the following basis. The applicant has failed to answer and address all of the concerns and comments from August of 2020. Commission made a motion to recommend denial to the town council of the SCP application. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I am getting text that there's a difficulty hearing Emily over the video.
Okay,
I'm trying to see if folks can hear now. Okay, they can hear me, they just can't hear Emily, so.
yeah, I don't hear Emily either. She looks like she was talking just to give a test.
Chris, can you hear us? Oh, okay. I have no questions. I'm hearing a phone in the background somewhere.
Emily, could you say something for a second? Just say something random.
I can't hear you, Marshawn.
Keep talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Keep talking.
Yes, we can hear you.
Did you hear everything I said?
I'm getting the same thing that they can't hear out in.
Yeah, we're getting,
Yeah, I'm getting multiple texts that they
the
can hear
screen
us.
can't be heard.
Yeah. Everybody hold on a second, Chris. Boone's working on it.
All right, Emily, can you just repeat everything you just said?
Yes, no problem. Okay, keep it quick. So this has been going on since June.
Hold on, let's, can we do a test real quick and make sure everybody can hear her better now? Check
Can you
in
hear
with
me now?
your designated buddy, please.
Can you hear me now? Yes?
I'm getting a
Bob,
text
can you
now.
hear me?
It was better for a
Okay.
second, is what I got.
Okay.
I got a
This
better.
is how we've done it in the past, so
It's
maybe
better.
we'll try this and see if everybody can hear it now.
Okay, ready to go? Yes?
Yep, that is better. I'm getting messages better.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start. So this has been going on since June when the application was submitted, an SUP and a proffer amendment for 14600 Washington Street. The initial public hearing was held in joint with the Planning Commission on June 29th. At that meeting, it was decided that the SUP and the proffer amendment would be deferred to the next Planning Commission meeting, at which point the Planning Commission discussed the proffer amendment and deferring the SUP until action was taken on the proffer amendment. The proffer amendment ultimately worked through the necessary meetings and was denied by the town council on December 7th. The Planning Commission then discussed the SUP in December of 2020, at which there was a lengthy discussion by the Planning Commission members regarding the application, the proposed resolution that was sent in by Councilman Weir, and the material within the resolution. It was further requested that at our next meeting, the attorney was present and that the attorney reviewed the proposed resolution. In January of 2021, the Planning Commission met to discuss the SUP application. At that point, we discussed the proposed resolution, some recommended amendments by the other commissioners, and the town attorney's recommendation on the resolution. Ultimately, the resolution was passed recommending denial to the town council for the SUP application. And then furthermore, as staff, I recommended the denial of the SUP on the following basis. The applicant has failed to address the concerns and comments from August of 2020, and the designated land for the SUP and the GDP has been rejected for a proffer amendment. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Chris, you have a question?
Yes, sir. It's directed to Emily. Emily, could you also qualify what the Planning Commission forwarded as far as questions regarding parking, buffers or landscaping, adequate information regarding access to the structure, parking in the VDOT right-of-way on Blight Drive, parking areas and loading zones designated the same, and not providing sufficient parking spaces to accommodate the proposed uses in the general development plan.
Correct. We also, in addition to that, kind of goes hand in hand, we had further questions regarding the parking garage. Originally, it was supposed to hold over 60 spaces. Upon further looking at it, it was limited down to around 45, I believe, somewhere in the 40s. So we had additional questions regarding how the underground garage was going to function.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any more questions for Emily?
No, but they could hear out in TV land now. So that's what I got.
Thumbs up for technical. Okay. Connor, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thanks, sir. Can you cut your just let you. See, 5 minutes, okay. Can everybody hear me? Excellent. I appreciate you all taking the time to allow us to come speak this evening in regards to our SUP. Obviously, as we all know, it's been a long journey since June to have these discussions that are proper in our SUP. Our position as HPG, we disagree with the recommendation that was forwarded you this evening from the Planning Commission due to Virginia Code 15.2-2285B. I know Martin disagrees with that, as well as our attorney in regards to that position, but we come from that position based off the 100 days that was amending a zoning ordinance, and since a SUP is a legislative act, it's amending the zoning ordinance. With that being said, Prince William County also had a similar case like this in July of this past year, to where they had to recommend an SUP to their Board of County Supervisors because it went outside the 100 days. Mr. Kuhn and Mr. Weir also made mention that this SUP needed to be handled by in the July meeting. That's at minute marker 26 in that meeting. And then as well as Ms. Lockhart stated within the August Planning Commission meeting minutes that this SUP had to be taken care of by the October 7th deadline. With that being said, that is why we disagree with the recommendation that is in front of you this evening, and we're basing ours off 15.2-2285B, that it shall be deemed approved in a recommendation to you this evening. From there, what we're speaking about is we're speaking about a residential use. This residential use is within a B1 commercial area. I think we can all agree that a residential use in a commercial area is a less intense use. It's not like I'm looking to put an asphalt plant on this property. We're looking to do something on the less impactful side, which is residential condos. From there, as Ms. Lockhart went through, there were a lot of items that she had requested between July and August. Out of those items, we went through, and in her list, there was 7 that were mandatory for us to reply to. 3 of them she wanted us to be prepared to do. 4 of those, one of those 7s was, if possible, please provide elevations. The other one was talking about the moving Blight, the parking off of Blight Drive, yet that road is 28 feet wide. With that being 28 feet wide, you're able to have parking on one side of the road. This is something that Prince William County wanted as well in the email that I forwarded to you all in regards to the proper amendment in the past. From there, there was requests for elevations, there was requests for buffering and landscaping. Landscaping and buffering are done at a preliminary site plan phase. Residential parking, there's a lot of talk about parking. It's funny that we talk about parking so much for the mere fact that the use has plenty of parking there. It's what other uses would be restricted based off of if it's 1 per 300, 1 per 100, if it's a restaurant, if it's retail. For instance, your building here is
plus this building plus your outbuildings are about 19,000 square feet. Out of that 19,000 square feet, if you did it at the high side of 300 per one, you'd be needing about 65 parking spaces. I don't recall the town having 65 parking spaces in this lot itself. So sitting there and looking at parking is all based off of use. Use has always changed based off the tenant or based off the buyer in those aspects. From there, looking at this resolution and where there are some deficiencies or what was stated that there were deficiencies to us is in our July, in regards to our site plan. We passed the site plan in July of 2017 based off my conversation with Ms. Lockhart and Mr. Kuhn in November 19th. It was stated that everything was there except for a couple outside agency comments to where Ms. Lockhart stated that that could be an oversight from the town for the mere fact that that was for a time transition between Ms. Kimberly and Ms. Lockhart taking over that town planner position. From there, it also talks in regards to the ball fields and 4.51 acres. It is our opinion that you can approve an SUP on a proffered piece of land for the mere fact that an SUP does not have a start date or an end date unless you put a sunset clause on it. From there, there talks about deficiencies again in the not provide sufficient details in respect to the uses delineated in the general development plan. The requested information is all details that are necessary at a site plan phase. It's uncertain to us why everything along these lines are being requested at this time when that was not the case with any other SUP that came in before. And again, these are like-kind SUPs in regards to residential units. We show where the parking is going to be for the parking garage below. Parking, again, is talked about on the next whereas. Talks again about buffers and landscaping. Again, this is done at a preliminary site plan phase. From there, there's questions in regards to actually providing architectural designs. Architectural designs, I'm not sure if anybody knows, for commercial structures along those lines are north of six figures easily. I don't see how that is going to look would be implemental into the actual use itself. Again, this is a by right 4-story, 50-foot building. It's by right within a B1. What we're looking to do is turn the 3rd and 4th floor into residential condos instead of the by right use of office plan there. We've already talked about the Blight Drive. GDP is not a final site plan as uses change, so will parking requirements. This states that it's going to adversely affect the use values of surrounding properties and structures. My question to that is, how does a residential use adversely affect other residential uses around it? The applicant has not fully complied with the conditions of the 2013 proffer. In that instance, I'm assuming that we're talking about the date of getting a site plan approved. In that instance, that is correct. Our site plan was not approved until 2017. We've already talked about, can you put a SUP on a proffered piece of land? And then lastly, talks about how it would not serve the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. And my question again, or my statement again, is how does the residential use adversely affect other residential uses around it? It's, again, we're not looking to put something more intense or more impactful. We're looking to put a residential use in a commercial property similar to what has been approved in the town already, similar to what is already over by the Winterham building. Mixed-use properties are great. They allow a direct user, and it really pushes things forward. From there, and talks to the comp plan. Obviously, as we know, our comp plan has not been updated since 2008. However, within the comp plan on page 104, it talks about how the school site may be explored as a social, business, and recreational center for the town and adjoining area for residents. This is summarizing it up. This is a special use for residential aspect. Again, we're not trying to put something more impactful there. We're trying to put a residential use in a commercially zoned property to allow for a mixed-use building. And that's where we're in front of you this evening, seeking approval. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Connor?
I don't have a question, sir, but, well, I do have a question. I'm trying to understand, Mr. Connor, thank you for being brief. I'm trying to understand. It seems as if through your explanation that you're explaining away what has been requested by the town of you.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
It seemed to me in your explanation that you're explaining away the need for the town to request documentation from you. Because a couple of your comments were, why would the town need this if I'm doing this? Why would the town need this? But could you give the reasoning behind not providing the information that is requested by the town?
Of course, sir. So as a small business developer, as we are, a full site plan gets very costly, okay? This is something to where we were and continue to try to work with the town in regards to this matter. And to do a full site plan, it's a very costly experience on that side. From there, to add and go into the level of detail that is necessary at a site plan phase, and when we look back to the comparisons of the other projects that have come in front of this town and to see that they were not required to do what we're being required to do, we personally feel that we're being treated unfairly. And because of such, we do not want to pour 6 figures into a project to then just come in front of this board and be denied. So if we can provide the information that similar projects around here have supplied in regards to this use, probably one that would be the best use would be Miss Williams, which is right up the street here, which is 7 townhomes on top of a commercial. To us, it's why are we being required to do these additional items that are a requirement at site plan phase? We're not trying to get away from it. We're not trying to ask for a waiver for buffering. We're not asking for a waiver for landscaping. We're stating, as was stated on the GDPs, that we are going to do the landscaping. We are going to make sure that the parking regulations are there. We're going to ensure if for instance, this 4-story building and the top 2 floors, which the use is, we need to show that we can park that use. On the entire site, we can show that we can park the use. If that means that we need to get rid of a pad site up front, then we would have to get rid of a pad site up front. And that would be if one of the pad sites came in and ended up being a restaurant, which requires a parking ratio of 1 spot to 100 square feet, compared to if it's a retail spot, which requires 1 spot to 300 square feet.
But is it a true statement of mine if I should say that you are refusing to forward the information that was requested by the town because other neighbors were not treated that way or required by other neighbors? Is that a true statement?
No, sir, that's not a true statement.
So what is the purpose, again, for refusing to forward the information that was requested by the town?
Right. So in that instance, we've tried to have a work session with the Planning Commission to be able to talk to them through this to see if these were true requirements that they were truly requesting, or if this was a staff matter, to show them that, hey, look, other projects in town have not had to do this. Can we work together to find a solution to where do we have to provide all of this to be able to have this project in front of you for consideration?
Okay, so my understanding now is the reason your company did not provide the information was because you wanted to justify with the town why you needed to submit them.
Correct.
But you knew, I assume, that if you did not produce the information, your application would be incomplete.
Not in our opinion, sir.
Okay, so this is a matter of your interpretation, your opinion versus the requirements of the town. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Per se.
So the town is requiring you to provide, let's say, 10 different items, responses to 10 different items. You're, on the other hand, and you're holding fast to the point that you don't need to submit 10, you just need to submit 3. And I'm just using those as Luke's numbers. So in essence, what you're saying as the land developer, what you're saying is, I am not going to produce the information that the town is requesting of me because I believe in my own right that the town doesn't need the other 7. All they need is 3. But you stand the chance of your application being denied if you do it that way by not providing all the information, because that's the town planner's recommendation, that nothing else should be done to this application until the questions that were asked in August of 2020 are answered. So you actually have put yourself in this position by not answering the questions, but you're holding on to the fact that the town doesn't need it. And that's a comment I'm hearing from you as you're sharing. Why would they need it if it's a residential? Why do they need it if it's a B1? Why do they need it? It's just an SUP. Why do they need it? It's a garage. Why do they need it? Nowhere else in the town has 65 parking spaces. Why do they need it? Because Blight Drive is 28 feet wide so they can park on one side. Why do they need it? How does it affect other residential places? I can't believe I remembered all of that. But you see where I'm going with this?
Well, correct. So you use two words. You use required and you use requested. So required by your zoning ordinance requires me to fill out 6 answers to 6 questions. Requested is a different thing. So from what is being requested, not required, because I fulfilled what is required. What is being requested to myself is what we're trying to get in front of the Planning Commission to be able to sit down and have a work session and talk with and walk through. Unfortunately, at the last meetings, because of how the proffer was, they weren't willing to have a work session with me, so I wasn't able to. So now I'm coming in front of you this evening to see if we could talk about this and be able to walk through these items and show and have an open dialogue saying, hey, look, not saying take pity on me because I'm a small developer, but saying, can you understand where I'm coming from, how I'm trying to better the town, and how these items could make or break the deal. If I have to put in 6 figures now and then just to be denied, I just spent $6,000. And to some of your all's responses is probably, sorry, Connor, that's how the business is. And if that's your response, and I respect it. But to me, I'm coming and I'm saying, hey, look, these are requested items, not required items. And because this is a less impactful use, I'd like to have an open conversation with you, and whether that be a work session, whether that be here this evening, but have those discussions on what is requested, not required, to be able to further this discussion with you.
I've been involved in this case, Mr. Mayor, since it was pushed through for the very last town council meeting in June of 2020. And this is the first time I'm hearing that differentiation between request and required. So that means sitting on town council, I am not even in a position where I am hearing what the main issue is. And reading the Planning Commission's report and their denial, and reading the town planner's report and her denial, they are the one that gives us sound background and advice in contemplating the cases. So there is a disconnect between the applicant. If what he's saying is true, there's a disconnect between him explaining his desires and what the requirement versus requested in front of the Planning Commission and the town planner. And that puts us in a difficult position because we do rely on the recommendation from the PC and from the town planner. But if and this is just me, mostly because I try to do things a lot by the book, that if they're going to require of me to provide 300 items that I need to submit to get a little bakery going here in town, I'm going to do my best to put forward my 300 items to get it approved. I am not going to give whoever has the authority to vote yes or no, give them the opportunity to vote no because I produced 290 instead of 300. And that's what I'm getting at in asking my questions. Because Mr. Connor rightly answered that in their opinion, they didn't need all of these things that the town was requiring from them or asking from them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Rick, you have some comments?
Mayor, yes, sir. Just a couple questions. First of all, Councilman Morris, nothing was pushed through on the last council because it was voted down. So
They tried it.
You misquoted that.
No, they tried it.
Well, but you either do or you don't, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Connor, thank you for being here tonight. It was good seeing you. I didn't recognize the masked man in the back there earlier. I understand the site plan, how expensive they can be, and I understand that because I look at them in my other job. but a conceptual drawing of what the building would look like with the surrounding, would that be that expensive to do? Just a conceptual drawing? So
I'll answer that. So I'm working on a project up in Maine currently, and that's a 40,000 square foot project, and just to get conceptual drawings, it's about $35,000.
just for an outside view?
Conceptual drawings.
Pardon me?
Conceptual, yes, sir.
Yeah. Wow.
And so, as stated, we're going to abide by the ARB's guidelines. We're going to abide by the COA. And as we know, and as your attorney has made aware, your ARB guidelines are not binding at this point. So why would I spend money to go into architectural drawings based off guidelines that are not binding, and then to turn around and have to spend more money to turn around and redo these? It would be hard for me, to be honest.
My only other comment, Mr. Mayor, is consistency is supposed to be the name of the game. Now, I will say this, this is a different council than last council, so maybe our requirements are supporting Chris and his staff are different than the previous, the one before that or whatever. But just whatever we do, we need to be consistent. Whatever we're requiring of this applicant, as long as I'm set up here, it's going to be the same for everybody. And there's not going to be any exceptions at all that I would support. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay,
Questions or discussion?
or discussion?
Okay, so I will follow up with my other council members that a lot of this is managing expectations. The host would like me to unmute. Is that you? Okay. Are we good? A lot of this has to do with managing expectations and consistency, I would agree. There's two general philosophies to approaching development. You can, one, if it's purely conceptual, then you write conditions or a way to manage that impact. You set the design parameters, you set the impact parameters. Same thing, if you have a very detailed plan, you need less conditions or development standards with which to apply it. But managing expectations, we need to find a way, I think we can improve upon our land use process to reasonably give applicants flexibility to move forward and not cost be a barrier. The cost is a barrier to development in the town, is going to continue to be so as we move forward, especially as hopefully these projects are successful and land value goes up. So again, a reasonable expectation for staff to be able to assess impact reasonably, and applicants have enough flexibility so that they can provide those details at a site plan phase. So I said before with the proffer amendment, this is a case study. I think following whatever decision as before, I will abstain from the discussion, but I think we do need to, after this project is decided, and we're already starting to do that with Emily, is to revisit our development standards, our development process, so that we're consistently applying across the board, and we're consistently setting the expectation for everyone involved, whether it be the public, staff, the applicants, the council, or the commission. Thank you.
Joe, you have a comment?
Actually, I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Can you turn that up, Chris?
Connor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, please provide that Virginia code that you quoted earlier. I didn't catch the whole thing. 15.2.
Yes, sir. 15.2-2285B.
285E. And it's your contention that the resolution and recommendation from the Planning Commission, we should ignore that because you feel that it violates the code?
No, sir, not that you should ignore that, sir. That based off the Virginia code, it says that if the Planning Commission does not make a decision within the 100 days, that the SUP shall be deemed approved.
Shall be approved as a recommendation to the council who makes the final decision.
Correct, sir.
Mr. Krim?
Yes, sir.
So we've been told that there's a discrepancy between, I gather, your opinion and the applicant's opinion. Would you care to expound on that, please?
Certainly. The applicant has taken the position that Virginia Code Section 15.2-2285, which refers to amendments to zoning ordinances, applies to special use permit. It most clearly does not. Special use permit is already in the zoning ordinance and is a use permitted with a special exception, by granting a special use permit. So there's no question of amending the zoning text. The case that they're citing from Prince William County relies on Prince William County's ordinance. Prince William County has an ordinance which you do not have, that requires the Planning Commission to act within 100 days of a referral for a special use permit and make a recommendation. Otherwise, it is deemed recommended for approval. But that's Prince William County. That has no application within the town limits.
So as far as the council's concerned, the recommendation from the Planning Commission at their previous meeting stands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I ask a couple more questions of you, Mr. Krim?
Of course.
Is my understanding that a special use permit essentially, and maybe this isn't the right language, essentially is saying that we can violate the zoning in that area where the permit is being requested for. It's a granted, how shall I say, violation of zoning.
Not exactly. I would characterize it as being two types of permitted use. One is a by right use, which is a little bit misleading because it still requires a number of permits. You can't just go and start building without a site plan if a site plan is required and that sort of thing. But a by right use, it means that there's no further legislative decision for the local government to make. That the legislation, the council has decided by adopting the zoning ordinance that all throughout that zoning district, by right uses can be placed as long as they comply with the terms and conditions of the zoning ordinance. A special exception or special use permit is also a permitted use, but the legislature, in this case the town council, has decided that those have a different set of impacts, zoning impacts, than by right uses do, and so they want to have a case-by-case review of what those impacts are and evaluate them against the criteria that are set out in the zoning ordinance, and then make an individualized decision as to whether to permit that use that is only permitted by special exception, only permitted with a special use permit. So there are really two types of permitted uses, one that doesn't require any further legislative action, and then the special use permit, which does require legislative action.
Thank you, Mr. Krim.
Yes, sir.
So, in your opinion, given the resolution from the Planning Commission, were there reasonable grounds for their decision to recommend denial?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm good.
Anyone else?
Just one. I just want to read. Can I please, Mr. Mayor? I just would love to read this disturbing statement.
Can you unmute?
On the town planner's recommendation, the last sentence says, the comments were sent on August 31st, 2020. The applicant has not responded nor acknowledged receipt of the comments. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we're good with discussions. Do I have any motions or resolutions?
I'll read the motion in its entirety into the record. I'm going to unmute. I'll read the resolution in its entirety. Resolution of denial of SUP 2020-002, whereas the Code of Virginia empowers the Haymarket Town Council to review land use applications to ensure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. And whereas the town has adopted a zoning ordinance codified as Articles 1 through 19 of Chapter 58 of the Town Code of Ordinances for the purposes of promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, and of further accomplishing the objectives of the Code of Virginia, Sections 15.2, 2283, and whereas the Code of Virginia provides that a zoning ordinance may include provisions for the granting of special exceptions, and the governing body of any city, county, or town may reserve unto itself the right to issue such special exceptions, and whereas the Supreme Court of Virginia has consistently held the exercise of that power to be a legislative rather than an administrative act, a fortiori, the decision of the legislative body when framing its zoning ordinance to place certain uses in the special exemption or conditional use category is a legislative action, whereas the Haymarket Planning Commission has reviewed SUP 2020-002 for 30 residential condos at 14600 Washington Street, and whereas on December 7, 2020, the Town Council denied rezoning REZ 2013-0528, requesting an amendment to the proffers for the former Pace West School property, and whereas the applicant has not fully complied with the conditions of the proffers, and as much as it has not diligently pursued approval of a final site plan, the approval of which would have triggered further obligations to submit a work schedule and begin final site plan work, and whereas the proffers include a commitment to maintain and make available for recreational field use approximately 4.51 acres adjacent to the existing school building as illustrated in an attachment to the proffers of the ball fields. This commitment was to continue so long as a public or private partner is willing to enter into a commercially reasonable form of lease agreement at a fair market price, subject to termination after 1 year of non-use and notice to the town of such non-use, and whereas the applicant has not provided sufficient detail with respect to the uses delineated in the generalized development plan dated August 11, 2020, and a special use permit plan entitled QBE Business Park dated August 17, 2020, and whereas the applicant has not adequately addressed questions regarding parking, and whereas the applicant has not provided buffers or landscaping around the proposed structure, and whereas the applicant has not provided buffers or landscaping along the road frontages denoted on the generalized development plan, and whereas the applicant has not provided adequate information regarding access to the structure, and whereas the applicant has not addressed parking in the VDOT right-of-way on Blight Drive, and whereas 6 parking spaces are designated both as parking spaces and loading zones, and whereas the applicant has not provided sufficient parking spaces to accommodate the proposed uses in the general development plan, and whereas the proposed use may adversely affect the use of values of surrounding properties and structures, and whereas the applicant has not fully complied with the conditions of the 2013 proffer statement, and whereas the proffer statement dated August 1, 2013 has not been removed or amended, and whereas as a matter of good zoning practice, the approval of SUP 2020-002 would not serve the health, safety, or general welfare of the public, whereas the Haymarket Town Council, based on the factors outlined in Town Code subsection 58-1.7, finds as follows with respect to the application. 1, the factor of concordance with the official policies of an adopted comprehensive plan and with any specific element of such plan weighs against the application because the ball fields continue to be vital to the life and character of the neighborhood and the town as a whole, and the town's comprehensive plan calls for the area of the ball fields to remain public, and the comprehensive plan specifically identifies the full potential of the property as being as a social, business, and recreational center for the town and adjoining area residents, so that this factor weighs against the application because granting it would eliminate the recreational center aspect of the property's full potential. 2, the fact of the proposed use not adversely affecting the use or values of surrounding properties and structures weighs against the applications because the ball fields provide a vital buffer between the commercial uses on the property and the nearby residential uses, whereas the Haymarket Planning Commission recommended denial of SUP 2020-002 at the regular monthly meeting on January 19th, 2021, whereas the Haymarket Town Council finds that the balance of factors identified in Town Code subsection 58-1.7 weighs decidedly against approval of the application, that each of the factors 1 and 2 individually would suffice to justify the denial of the application, and whereas the Haymarket Town Council finds that public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice weigh against the approval of the application, now therefore be it resolved by the Haymarket Town Council that in order to promote the health, safety, or general welfare of the public, the application for special exception is detailed in SGP 2020-002 for 30 residential condos at 14600 Washington Street is denied.
I second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this is the right time. There was a number that was missing. Number 3, just for that to be added.
I eliminated it on purpose because there is no number 3. And I'm amending the clerk's copy as we speak.
Thank you.
Okay, we're up for discussion with a motion and a second. Joe, I see your hand up.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
With a denial this evening, does that preclude any future projects from being brought forward on this property? And how long would the time period be before it could be brought forth?
Get back to that code section. It might be a good question. Emily might know off the top of her head. I'm looking it up real quick. Emily, do you know the answer off the top of your head? Is there any preclusive effect? Does this prohibit any other applications? I don't think it does.
I don't believe it does. 6 months is ringing a bell, but I too will need to look it up and be certain.
Yeah, there's a provision that once you turn down a zoning application, then then no other similar application can be brought forward for a period of time. But I don't think that applies to special use permits, so they could apply at any time.
Okay. And just to be clear for my own edification, the decision maker, meaning us, the legislative body, we retain the authority to deny the permit even if sounding principles justify the decision. If sounding principles justify.
Yes, the courts will not substitute their decision, their opinion for your decision, as long as they find that you have a reasonable basis for making your decision.
Very good, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else?
Just a quick question. So did I miss something? So they can or cannot come in with other, go ahead, Emily.
They can come back in with an SUP. The other 6 month the 6 month requirement was for a zoning application having to do with a rezoning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marchand, yeah.
So with the proffer still pending, they still have the ability to file for SUPs over the land that's subject to the proffer. Is that what Emily's saying?
We had a lot of echo on that. If you could turn off all but one mic on the dais, then I think we could hear you better.
Okay. How about now? Is that better? Martin, can you hear me?
You got thumbs up from Emily.
Okay. Now I can't hear Martin. So, the question was, with the proffer still standing, there's still an ability to request SUPs on that land, even if the proffer is still in effect, or no?
I'm sorry, there was a lot of echo on that. Can you mute Kevin, please?
I just did. I
think that's,
Okay.
thank you. Marchand, can you
Can you hear me now?
try that one more time?
Okay. So the question was, I misunderstood Emily's response, that on this property that is subject to the proffer for the fields, they can submit subsequent SUP applications, so even when the proffer is still in play, or no?
Yeah, they could submit a subsequent SUP application.
Okay.
If it's inconsistent with the proffers, then you turn it down because it's inconsistent with the proffers.
Okay. No, I'm on mute again. Okay, I still have another statement. Can I make the statement? Do I need to do anything? Okay. Mr. Mayor, the only thing I was going to add is, as I mentioned before, for all parties involved, we need to improve the way we manage our land use cases and the tools that we make available both to applicants and the staff. And I look forward to working with staff and the council to make that happen. The extent with which we've had to analyze and put together this resolution, no one wins in this situation. So we need to do a better job. I think we need, not a better job, we need to improve that going out or moving forward. Thanks.
Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I would unmute my. This one? Don't I have to do it on the computer? You have to do both. Can mess with it. Okay. Oh, dear, it went away. It's not unmuting on my part. Okay, unmute. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I would also like to add that I think it is very important that whenever we have, whether it be ARB, planning commission, and because I think it does happen in council meetings, that the utmost level of respect is shown to our applicants. And I don't know what's the way to address it. I don't know if it's a conduct of ethics. I don't know how you're going to approach it, sir, but I would just want to put it on your plate to ensure that that is something that is followed through at our board meetings, that the highest level of integrity and the way that we treat applicants, the way that we converse with them, and whatever it is that they're asking for or requesting of us, that it's done in a way where it's respectable. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make note and look into some type of code of ethics program.
Thank you, sir.
And I see your hand up, Bob.
Just a few quick points. First off, respect's a two-way street between the applicant and the town. I would simply note that the Planning Commission resolution came as a result of the staff report and their input. And in my personal view, I can't speak for the rest of the Planning Commission, the applicant by accident statement has refused to cooperate with staff, leading us to this point. My experience, and I've got considerable experience at both the town and the county level, in consideration of an SUP, the town, as with any jurisdiction, has a significant latitude with respect to the information it can request in order to appropriately evaluate the impact and compatibility of each special use application. You will find that requiring information up front generally prevents surprises at the time of the site plan review, protecting both the town and the applicant, in my view. Thank you, Martin, for asserting what I was going to assert, and that is that Prince William County has a different set of provisions regarding the process in their zoning ordinance. It's something that they adopted. It is not something that we have codified in our ordinance, and we are not subject to Prince William's ordinances with respect to our own zoning. And then lastly, with respect to the handling of the SUPs, both by the past planning commission or planning commissions or the past town council or ones even prior to that, there's an old saying that I'm pretty familiar with from having to deal with feds every day, and that's that I'm not responsible for the errors of the past, and I'm not responsible for continuing them. I believe that the Planning Commission and staff are following best practices at this point in time. From my past experience, it is the type of practice that we followed to the letter in prior editions of the Planning Commission and Town Council. I cannot speak to how the immediate past Planning Commission and Town Council handled it, but it would seem to me that perhaps it wasn't fully in accordance with the best practices, or perhaps with all the requirements of the town. We have a set of standards that we're reviewing again. They've never been revoked. They're in place and have been since 2010. And it's my intent to ensure that we continue to follow those processes and those requirements for the application such as this. And the last thing that I would note is that an aye vote on the motion means that you are in favor of denial. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. I guess we can put this up for a vote. Roll call, please.
Snyder.
Abstain?
Tater. Yes. Shannon.
Abstain.
Morris.
Yes.
Weir.
Aye.
Casanello.
He didn't hear you there.
Passanello, roll call.
Aye.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the vote holds. We'll move on.
Joe's still having problems hearing us.
That's not the microphone.
Huh?
That's not the microphone.
You got a point of information, Joe?
Yeah, I couldn't hear the vote. I didn't hear how it all went.
4 in favor, 2 abstain. 4 in favor, 2 abstain.
Did you hear that?
You good? Okay, we'll move on then. And then we got the letter of support for deny of SB 1157.
Yes, sir. This is something that was requested at the work session. I reached out to 2 localities that also were opposed to this measure. They did not have anything created yet, so what I actually did was reach out to VML, Virginia Municipal League, to help me with some of the verbiage. And this is a letter that was drafted before you today.
Was this stamped by our attorney?
I will, hold on, let me pull. Martin, do you have any comments on this letter?
No, I read the letter, it's fine.
Sounds good to go.
Okay. Any questions from anybody?
I'm trying to catch up. What page is this on again?
52.
Okay. I had one question about it, but I just answered it by reading it again. I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, looks, any motion on this? Nobody?
I tore mine out to give, because it's on the other page of the resolution, so
I don't know if it's a resolution, Mr. Mayor.
just requires approval,
Just requires approval.
probably by roll call though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Well, you gotta make the motion.
Okay, so we do need a motion on it.
Mr. Mayor, I move for the town of Haymarket to oppose SB 1157, which has passed the Senate and will shortly appear before the House.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Put it up for a vote.
Snyder.
Yes.
Tater. Shannon.
Yes?
Morris.
Yes.
Weir.
Aye.
Casanello.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, without objection, I would direct that staff collect the requisite town council and mayoral signatures to the draft letter and forward it to Delegate Corey, who is the chair of the City Council, Counties, Cities, and Towns Committee, and to Delegate Rome, who is the chair of the, hang on a second, the Charters Subcommittee of the House Counties, Cities, and Towns Committee.
Mr. Mayor, I think Bob spearheaded this too, last meeting, and I want to thank him for doing that.
Not a problem.
Okay, make sure you sign the letter before it goes out, and you've been directed.
And this is just a matter of formalities to us denying the SB. Not supporting it. But they could still go ahead and vote that direction, which would be a
That
huge
is-
mistake in my opinion.
Correct. And I agree.
Everything's so political when your small town is trying to survive without politics.
Mr. Mayor, 5-minute break before we get on DMV.
Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute recess.
It's time to sign that.
Go to the next item, which is the DMV Select Office.
Going to take multiple to be able to run the DMV appropriately. In talking with the agreements, the DMV contract is for 1 year. So essentially what this would sign us up for is it would sign us up for moving forward with the DMV for 1 year. At the end of that year, when it came time to re-sign the contract, if for whatever reason it wasn't working out, we weren't able to make it work, or we don't want to make it work anymore, we were able to conclude that agreement. There is an MOU renewed every 2 years, which is for the DMV FOB, which is access to the DMV system. So that's something you only have to do every 2 years, but the contract as to providing the service with the DMV, it's every year. So that's something that every single council will actually have to vote on twice. So that's just a tidbit, because I know that was a question of the jumping off periods. Some of the items that the DMV provides to the select office, you've got the training prior to opening. It does not cover staff salaries, so just like I said, the staff does get paid by the town to take that training if we were to go with somebody new. If they're already a person with experience, we actually don't have to worry about that training. All the required forms, license plates, decals, credit card machine, Easy Pass transponders, and the printer paper are all covered by the DMV. This is one where we reached out to the different localities. Remington is an established DMV select office. They have been operating since 2003. Their budgeted expense is $97,485 in salary, which includes 1 full-time person, 1 part-time person at 24 hours, and 2 part-time people at 16 hours. So they have 2.4 FTE. Their budgeted revenue was $141,000. However, they are on pace to surpass $200,000 based on their commissions. So that would be, so as of right now, they're budgeting $43,600 would go to their general fund. However, they're looking at actually closer to $100,000 going to their general fund with less than 2.5 employees. Their current year-to-date from July to December revenue on their commissions, it's $105,674, and that brings their revenue and commission monthly average to $17,612. So that's an established program, so that's something that I think we could look towards. However, Dumfries is one that just started in 2019, right before COVID happened. They have 2 full-time people and 1 part-time at 20 hours, so they have 2.5 FTE. Their first 5 months, they averaged about $1,607. They were relatively new, just getting the information out there, so they brought in $8,037. But since the COVID closure, they've been getting work from DMV headquarters that they are actually just behind, so trying to get this stuff done by headquarters. They are able to process about $6,000 a month just in the DMV headquarters work. So that shows you that not only do you have the option of people walking in the door, but you also have assistants, some of those bigger DMV offices that are just backlogged and don't have the staff. Talking about the schedule, as I mentioned before, the minimum requirement is 35 hours a week. However, we have flexibility. We could do 9 to 4, we could do 9 to 5, or we could go 4 days a week, a Monday to Thursday, 8 to 6, Tuesday to Friday. We have different options that are available, as well as we would be able to extend certain days each month to provide service to the community. So for example, knowing that the first Monday of the month is a town council meeting, we could always have those days open until 6 or 6:30, and then all the other days have it open 9 to 4, 9 to 5. So those are just some of the options that I was speaking of in relation to the DMV office. And then just some of the examples, just showing you guys that we worked through everything. As of right now, the recommendation would be to hire one experienced person with the DMV. And how it would work is that with Ms. Kim being the DMV manager, the full-time person would work, and when it was time for lunch, Ms. Kim would step up and assist the 2 appointments when we do the 15-minute appointments. And that would be 30 minutes a day, and it would be equivalent to 2.5 hours a week of her time. And then the DMV manager would also be available to back up in preventing DMV backups. So if for whatever reason the system goes down, or just something happens and appointments take longer, to prevent a backlog, she would be able to step up and just take 1 or 2 appointments to get everything back on track, and then we would move forward. And then what you've got is, even if there was a sick day, you could have the DMV manager take a couple of appointments. You wouldn't have to have all of them, and then you'd be able to reschedule those different appointments. And then there's been a lot of talk about the traffic, so I did want to mention, like we mentioned before, the select office would be appointment only, so we would only have slots available for appointment. You would not be able to just walk in and get service done. So we would probably start out with utilizing 1 appointment at 15 minutes, and then once established, possibly reduced to 10-minute appointments. But just to show impact of town, the maximum vehicles per day, if you'd have 4 appointments at 15 minutes per hour, so that'd be 4 cars an hour. For 8 hours, that'd be 32 cars. If we did 10-minute appointments, you'd have 6 in an hour, so it'd be 6 cars an hour. So for an 8-hour day, that'd be 48. Max cars you'd have, even if you had a 10-hour day, it'd be 60 cars an hour. However, those cars are coming, having their appointment, and normally they would be leaving. However, we have more than 56 shared parking spots outside. Then we do have the option, if we were to have 2 windows going all day long, like I said, this is maximum vehicles per day, then the max you would have is between 64 and 80 cars at 15-minute appointments. And the max all in you would have, if you had 10-minute appointments running all day long with 2 windows at 10 hours a day, is 120 cars a day. But like I said, that would be over a course of 10 hours. So that's one of the things I just wanted to discuss about traffic. And then it was also discussed about the DMV select offices near the town of Haymarket. As of right now, we are very isolated. 20.9 miles doesn't sound far to Fairfax City, but I will tell you, you're probably looking at 35 to 45 minutes or even an hour to get there and come home, depending on what time you leave. Remington is a little bit faster probably, but still 35 minutes to get there. So this is actually something that, looking at residents trying to go to a DMV select office, they're either going to have to go to the full customer service center, which is in Manassas, which is backlogged, just as I said, for several months, or they're going to have to go to one of these locations that are relatively far away. And just as a note, there are only 55 DMV select offices in the state of Virginia, so in the entire state. And then I just kind of did a map, just so everybody knows, we're about smack dab in the middle, just to the right of it. So you can see Fairfax City, Springfield, Arlington, Dumfries. They're all relatively far to the east. Purcellville and Berryville are pretty high up north. And then to the south, you've got Remington. And this is one thing that I also want to discuss, is this is something that would allow us to have some revenue diversification. As of right now, as you can see, between business license, cigarette tax, meals tax, sales tax, and then transient occupancy tax whenever the hotel does come up, the majority of this town generates revenue from the businesses. And that means that we have a lot of irons in the fire when it comes to businesses. So when global pandemics or something like this happen, if something like this were to ever happen again, there's a reason why there's all that doom and gloom when the pandemic first started, because if significant businesses slowed their revenue or had to close their doors, the town of Haymarket is going to, it's real estate tax that the residents have to pay, the tenants that pay rent for our different buildings, and then you've got the police department fines, which we are not a revenue generating police department. It's more community oriented, and I believe this council would like to keep it that way. So this is something where the DMV actually, with us getting commissions, not only does it service the residents and the neighbors, but it also provides commissions on these different factors. So if something were to happen, it's just a secure revenue stream that we can count on moving forward. And this is actually something that the town of Remington utilized to keep their real estate taxes. They actually haven't increased their real estate taxes since 2011, and they actually decreased them in 2013 because they're able to utilize these funds. And as far as I know, that has been a goal of this town for quite a long time, is trying to reduce the real estate taxes. And this is something where I'm just trying to identify some revenue sources that we'd be able to utilize. And I think this is a good program that we'd be able to take care of. And like I said, this is just a summary of everything that I already discussed. It provides a service to the town residents and the surrounding community with the ability to help fund future projects and programs. The upfront cost can be handled by the staff's fiscal responsibility in using the FY20 surplus and CARES Act funds to accomplish planned purchases.
I'm sorry, the website is frozen. Can we pause for a second? No one can hear the presentation over the website.
I tried to hit pause several times and started during his presentation, and it says it's recording, but for them to watch it live stream.
So you're hearing it live stream, right? You're hearing it live stream?
No, that was, Julie texted me, she was watching it live stream. I can ask her.
I'm watching it through.
Oh, you got it there.
And it's going? And it's,
No.
okay.
Do you guys want me to start over? I'm just kidding.
So,
Okay. So like I said, the upfront cost can be handled by town staff's fiscal responsibility using the FY20 surplus and CARES Act fund to accomplish planned purchases and projects in FY21. For example, the server, it was $10,000. We were able to cover that and the installation with CARES Act. So that is one of the big items that we would be able to pull from, and that's just one. The town can try the DMV Select Office for 1 year and evaluate the program before agreeing to an additional year. And what we would do is we would track it solely as the DMV expenses as well as revenue to make sure that we could provide exact amounts of the net balance at the end of the year. And that's all I got.
Okay, time to start with questions. Looks like you're very interested in this, Vice Mayor, so I'll start with you.
Thank you. If we were to opt to move ahead and have the hours past our regular town hours, would town be open then during DMV times?
Hold on. Bob, can you move your chair? I can't see the, there you go. So that is something that we could look at if we wanted to have different hours of operation. I would probably say that the town hall as well as DMV should probably hold pretty consistent hours, just so this way we have all the staff here present in case somebody comes in and has a different question.
Okay. And then as far as parking, would there be signage for DMV parking versus town parking?
It's a shared parking lot for everybody. I mean, we could do that if you guys wanted to, but yeah, I mean,
Okay.
the handicap spots in front, and then we have ample parking on the front of the building as well as right here between the front of the building and Washington Street.
Okay, perfect. And then as far as the 2.5 hours per week for Kim, where's the balance for you getting lunch?
So that would just, so she would cover the lunch for the DMV person, and then Kim would also get her lunch elsewhere.
All right, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Bob was next.
Okay, Bob?
as most of you guys know, I've been on the fence on this from day one. And the more I think about it, you know, obviously the demand is there. And I'm comfortable with the idea in concept, but the devil's in the details. I have significant concerns with respect to when and what is the break-even point. I mean, if you're looking at the Dumfries example, I'm not sure we truly understand what the real startup cost is going to be. I'm concerned about the amount of space. I'm concerned about how we're going to accommodate that in a rather limited footprint in here. Ideally, we would put it in some place like the museum. I'm just not sure. And I've heard every permutation of where and how we could possibly accommodate this. I'm just not real confident that the traffic flow within the building and within the office space is going to work. You know,
what our citizens in this town think, because I have no idea, I mean, I have no doubt, I think it would be a money-making proposition for this town. I really do. Looking at what Remington's done and looking at how this place is exploding out here, citizens have to say about it too. Thank you, sir. Did you mark this down, Bob?
Okay, I got you next, Chris.
Thank you, sir. It's gone.
TikTok.
Thank you, sir. The last time I believe our town had an influx of monies that we were able to, I think it was identified as streetscape, was the meals tax. And I think I could probably properly quote Bob Weir in the past where he said eventually that meals tax is gonna it's going to come to an end. You know, there's going to be a time where it, the purpose of it being in the town and being used for that purpose would be short-lived. I see things differently with the DMV Select. I see it as an opportunity for us to grow, whether it be small, whether it be we don't make any profit in the first year or none in the second year, but I think we're setting ourselves up, if we go this direction, for success. There's no doubt in my mind that this online business that our country is going through, it's going to continue. Whether there's a vaccine and the vaccine promotes that you can pass the coronavirus from one person to the next, I think it is going to be a way for us doing business in the future. A lot of companies won't be able to do it because they do need the face-to-face, and they need a lot of people coming into their business in order to survive. But an online business like this, I think it is going to last for a while. Now, that is my opinion, but it is because of that opinion why I would strongly support us getting involved. When you look at the monies that is involved, $12,500 just for operational costs, not including salaries. I believe that we can find the monies in order to pay for salaries and do get a benefit from the salaries. I think there's a way with the manager that we have to ensure that if there are individuals that's here, that's working for DMV, correct me if I'm wrong, and they have no appointments for the day, to use them to do other things that we would not have necessarily been able to use for. Example, open those doors and look inside those closets. They're not being able to be cleaned out and organized solely because we don't have the staff. But we could get value added from these staff members if there's nothing else for them to do. Let's say we start really slow. So I would love for us to be a little bit more open-minded as far as the DMV Select is concerned. To try to look, instead of looking at making a decision tonight, look at the next 2 years of where we could be if we started tonight. Because kicking the can down the road, it's not going to make it easier to pick things up and start it in the next 2 years. I think we've been given a golden opportunity to use it as an income for us, and maybe not look at us benefiting from the income, but maybe the next 2 years the new council is going to benefit from the income. So I'd just like for us to be a little bit more open-minded. And the last thing that I would want to add is, I'm not too sure, and I doubt if the monies, the revenues, and the commission, if it has to go to a certain line item in the budget, or it just goes to general reserves or general funds.
So how we would probably do it, how we would do it is we would bring the money in under DMV, and then you would have basically a budget amendment to pull it out of the DMV revenues to move it elsewhere, just so we can make sure that we track it and make sure all the dollars and cents are coming in. But you are correct that these individuals would be employees of the town of Haymarket, not the DMV. So if they do not have any appointments, they would be able to answer phones or assist with different tasks throughout the office.
And who knows? I mean, when you look at our staff right now, Roberta does not have a backup. But if we, yes, but what I mean is but even though you are Roberta's backup, you have a full-time job, okay? So maybe we need to start looking at it differently, where the first person who comes in becomes that assistant treasurer who backs up Roberta during certain time period. And the next person is going to be the assistant planner and backs up Emily during a certain period. But at least they're cross-trained. And I think the more you invest in people that you bring on board, the more you're going to find value in individuals, because they're not just here for DMV, they're here for the town. And I'd love for us to think outside the box. And yes, it's a little bit shocking when you start looking at the numbers. But if you really start contemplating on how far our town could reach if we had 2 additional employees. Right now we have no need for 2 additional employees. But if we have a program like the DMV Select that could cater for their hours, There's a revenue stream of income that's coming in from the DMV Select. Eventually, we're gonna find ourselves in a place where we're better off in the next 2 years than sitting and waiting for 2 years to start a program like this. I disagree with not voting against it. I think the time to do it is now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Joe, I see your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Okay. I think the first question I need to ask, and I don't think by being circumspect we're precluding this from happening. I think that there are some questions that need to be answered. Chris, the first question, Mr. Kuhn, is what are you looking for tonight? Because the way I see it, we have a presentation here. I personally think it needs to be out in the public domain at our next meeting so that the residents have a chance to review it. And I believe that would give you an opportunity to answer some of these questions and provide a little bit more detail. So what exactly are you looking for tonight?
So tonight, what would be helpful is, I think if we could get at least a straw vote of which way council's leaning, even if it is leaning more towards saying yes at the July 1 meeting. This way we can go back to DMV with something, because they have been holding this position for us, because we've been working towards it. However, they do also have different quotas and things they need to meet. So they had a need, they investigated, and this was one of the options that they really liked and would like, to offer to us. However, if they need to move forward with it, then, they may need to move forward.
So the risk is if we don't move sooner, we could lose an opportunity. But if we move sooner, we're not really sure what we're in for, essentially, at this point.
Well, that's what part of this is asking the questions. That's why I sent this early, is to get a week's worth of questions, talking about the salaries and things like that. We're going to look at the budget here later and show we're actually in a surplus of the trend for meals tax of $52,000. So that shows you before any money from the DMV Select, we've got $10,000 we save from the servers and $52,000 ahead of schedule for the meals tax. Just those two line items cover $62,000, which would be more than enough, I think, to start up the program. But like I said, that's also you guys' decision. So I think if we can get a straw vote as to what council feels, if this is a good opportunity, we would like to continue to move forward, whether it's just doing the installing of the windows while we continue to get some questions answered. I think that's something we can let the DMV know that we're still moving forward, and see if that's good enough for them, or if they're going to need to move elsewhere.
I have a bunch of questions, and I think what I'm hearing is that there is an interest in moving forward, I think. And you all may correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the matter of timing and requiring additional information. I think Bob and I are kind of like simpatico on the idea of programming it and making sure it's programmed properly, where the money's coming from. I'm not sure, if it has to wait till July 1st. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but I think we need to pursue that a little bit further. I think the potential is there, and it is a great opportunity. But if I can, if you guys would indulge me, or I would like to go through just a few questions, if that's okay? Okay. So, Chris, earlier, these are some of them are general, some are more specific. So earlier, so the public understands, these features are online as well as in the office, is that correct, or am I wrong?
That is correct.
So the question is, online versus coming into the office, what's easier for a person to do? Of course, it's an opportunity to bring folks in town. They can do the DMV and then maybe do some shopping, what have you. So I'm curious as to how the other towns, you know, whether it's Dumfries or Remington, well, maybe Remington would, I'm not really sure what the topography, the geography is, the distances, what are their experiences? So I kind of would like to get a little bit more on that, and maybe Kim can speak to that. But so that would be my concern. You know, how can we assure that this is going to continue to be an opportunity with things increasingly going online? So something maybe you can think about. You don't have to answer it now, unless you want to.
I mean, just speaking to that, I don't know if you've tried doing something on the DMV online, but it also only lets you do certain things every once or twice a year. Then you have to go in person. So they don't make it fully online every single opportunity you're doing something. You can do it online. Sometimes you have to come in and for example, turn in license plates. You have to turn license plates in at a hard location, or even if it's a drop box. So that's one of those options. Now, I think you were talking about tracking people, like if they were going to stay and get lunch and stuff like that. I don't know if Remington or Dumfries tracks it to that granular of a level. Do they track? Do you know?
Well, that's something we can get an answer to.
I mean, I can ask the localities if they track, if people go to the DMV and then go to restaurants or something afterwards. I can ask them if they track that, but I don't know the success rate that would have.
You know, and I apologize for not getting the comments to you sooner, but I didn't get around to reviewing it as I wished I could have earlier. So let me ask you a little bit about the startup cost. One of the concerns might be, you know, we make this investment, it's a sunk cost. I don't know, I think you said anywhere between $8,500 and $12,400, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm not sure you have to go through a bid process. I don't think that qualifies because it's different costs associated with it. But are all these costs going to be sunk, or are they perishable, or are there things that we can use it for if we do make some of these investments?
So just like I had mentioned earlier, it would be 2 windows, so 2 service windows that would get installed. So that would all just make it, if somebody had a question for the planner, or if they had a specific question, you would have a town window and a planner window. So these are absolutely costs that you would be able to utilize later on down the road if we decided not to move forward with the DMV. That's one of the reasons why I'd suggested reusing the laptops, because if it's not a viable option, then it's no harm, no foul, because these are actually old laptops anyway. So we would have to basically put them on Gov Deals or auction them off. So this is just something that we're trying to repurpose, or using them for something similar to this, like a presentation device. The printer itself, that's something that Roberto has a relatively cheap printer, like $100, $200. So we would be able to reuse that printer to print checks. So that's something that would be reusable. So of that $85,000 to $12,500, I would actually say none of that cost would really be sunk. All of it is something that we'd be able to utilize later on down different fiscal years. I don't think I would bring that to you, or I'd make sure that it was absolutely clear that if we were going to put that money up, that is a gamble that I don't know if I'm comfortable with. So that's something that I probably would make sure it was clear. So yeah, I don't think any of those costs would be sunk. The only thing that we do have to look at would be the salary. However, just like Councilman Morris said, the salary is something that they work, and in processing the transactions, they get a commission. So even if there's going to be a short period where we would have to cover the salary, and then the commission would help reduce that load.
I appreciate that answer. I mean, that's the right word, repurposing. That's a Marchant-ism I like to hear. So that's important. Let's go to the DMV Select Startup Cost discussion, where we talk about the different options of the type of worker. So are you recommending the experienced full-time worker? Is that what you're recommending?
Yes, that would be the recommendation to start off with, because of the fact, like I've mentioned, that it does take some time first thing in the morning when you open your drawer, and then it does take some time at the end of the day when you close out. So if you only had one part-time employee at 65 hours, they do not have enough hours to open their drawer and close it every day. for the 35-hour total. So then what would happen is that would be extra load on staff. So that's where the full-time person, the only load that would really be generated from that would be during the lunch break. So that load would increase staff time. Essentially, it would be 2.5 hours that someone, whether it's Kim or myself, would need to cover the DMV select full-time workers' lunch. So that's basically the difference there, is just the amount of staff time that would have to be dedicated to it would be a lot less with an experienced full-time person.
Running the experienced full-timer, and there's a benefit to the staff. So, okay, I'm thinking about, where is it? I had a little note here. The items that the DMV provides, now, they're going to be providing that at startup or ongoing?
Both. They continue to provide those costs. The only thing that they don't continue to provide is training. Training is basically to get you off the ground and get it organized and start moving forward. However, if we were to be able to hire an experienced person, then we wouldn't need to worry about the training. But all of the printer paper, the license plates, placards, all that stuff is provided from the beginning all the way through you providing the DMV service.
We provide the training. Of course, we pay for them for the training, but would they provide it if we had turnover?
So that would be basically the job of the staff. So that's something that if the situation arose where we didn't have anyone with experience, so let's say we had all of the DMV staff leave, that's something that we'd have to touch base with DMV. But just like Mr. Barry said, they're in it to make us succeed. So I think that if we didn't have any DMV experience, they would absolutely come in and help training.
Going on to the localities, DMV select offices, when you're talking about Dumfries, they're very well established. Is there a way you could talk to them as well and see how their break-even point, or how long it took to go to break-even, or what their return on investment is? Because I would assume that starting up is probably it's going to take a while to get that return on the sunk costs and to cover the operating costs. So is there a way you could get that information from them so that we could see that?
So just like I said, with Dumfries, they started August of 2019, right before the pandemic. So they have... So you want to know from when they started in 2003 what their break-even point was?
Yeah, how long did it take? Did it take 6 months? Did it take a year?
Is anybody from Remington from 2003 still there? I mean, we can try and look back at their numbers and stuff, but I mean, I can tell you that the Remington's DMV Select is actually what built their new town hall building. So I can't.
I get it. I just think it would be helpful in communicating
Well,
residents as well as the council.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Because right now, we're talking about projections, and we're not really even sure what the projected revenue is going to be. It would be very helpful to kind of get a better sense of the ongoing operating costs and then what we might see as a projected revenue stream going forward. So that's, I see Bob's got his pen up.
If you don't mind, I mean, I've kind of just been sitting there noodling it and running some numbers in the back of my head, so they're not set in stone, but they're sort of, it's kind of an estimate. And if you're talking about starting up with a experienced full-timer at $23 an hour for $40 a week, if you extrapolated that out to the Dumfries experience and you calculate what do they have, 2.5 FTE, you're looking at a personnel cost per month of probably, you're going to get a reduced, you're going to have pay a reduced value for probably your second FTA and for your part-timer, so you're not going to have quite the same employment cost as you would for your full-timer with benefits. But my back of the envelope guesstimate of what your employment cost for a 4-week period is roughly, I'll be conservative and say, $10 grand. and Dumfries isn't even covering that on a monthly basis. They're not even coming close to it. So the question is, how long does it take to get to a transaction point where you're actually covering not only the employee cost but your sunk cost, and how much of an employment cost are we willing to subsidize to provide the service to the residents? I agree it'd be a great service to the residents, but I'm still stuck on it at what cost, because at the end of the day, if those full-time employees or even that part-time employee aren't handling appointments and are rather just sitting there and doing other work for the town, then we're getting no offset revenue from DMV, so we're paying the entirety of the expenditure. I mean, this is something I really think we need to talk about in the budget discussions, and I would suggest, the budget should be finalized, if not adopted, sometime in May or June, so we're talking, 3-4 months down the road. And I think since we're talking about using FY20 and or FY21 surpluses to fund this, I'm pretty famous for accusing others of, always being distracted by the newest shiny object that appears and forgetting what we've already planned the money for. And I would remind everyone here that we've already had significant discussions with respect to how to dispose of FY20 and surpluses, probably FY21 surpluses, as well as additional income streams, whether they come in the form of meals tax, hotel tax, or stuff like that, for things that have been promised to the residents for a long time, things like street improvements, addressing blight issues, the park building, and other infrastructure. So, I would really prefer just kicking this whole discussion until we've had a chance to sit down with the treasurer, develop a fiscal plan that has some real hard numbers in terms of projected employee and sunk costs, so we can figure out, or try to figure out, just how long it would take us to either recover those costs or at least reach break even from an operational standpoint.
Going to be something that's a turnkey, and you're going to go right up the, can you guys hear me?
Can you start over?
Okay. I said, good points, Bob. Well taken. I think, in my view, it's not going to be a turnkey operation. This is going to be something that's going to start small and build it up, right? So I don't think we're going to be seeing 2.5 for a while, or perhaps I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. Certainly one person, and then we grow to maybe 2.5 or 2 or whatever the number might be. So I like the concept of putting together a financial plan, or a business plan, so to speak, so you have a better sense of what the financial risk is going forward. So I would concur with that. If I may, I just have a few more questions, and I know I'm kind of belaboring this, but just for my own satisfaction, the hours of the DMV Select Office, Chris, do they complement the full-service DMV? Essentially, do we have the same type of hours? How does that relate to their operation?
So as I mentioned, full service, it's 9 to 5, but the DMV Select, it's the town of Haymarket, so we can establish our own hours.
I like the idea of management by appointment. I think that really helps with the flow. I said that before. If you could put on the map where the full-service DMVs are as well, that might be helpful for people to understand. Because I know we have one in Manassas, one in Warrenton. I'm not really sure. Fairfax. Nothing really to the west, I think, until what? Front Royal or Winchester? I'm not exactly sure. So for now, break down the number where you have here at the very end the DMV Select Office summary. You talk about using some of the CARES Act or other funds. It would be helpful to see a breakdown of where the monies are coming from. I think that's really important, so people can better understand it as well. No doubt it's a draw to town, and I like Mr. Morris's statement earlier about value added. I think there's considerable value added potential here. The other final question that I have is, so this is going to be an add-on to the treasurer's responsibilities to track this, right?
It's an added, well, I mean, what it would be is it would be added payroll tax for the employee, and then it would be a check that's coming from the DMV. So it'd be processing a little bit extra during payroll, and then it would be receiving the check.
But this is not really going to impede on the treasurer and his daily duties. I mean, this is just an incremental to what he does, right?
Well, I'll let Roberto answer that, but I don't think it would be.
Okay. All right. So in conclusion, I think it's a great idea. I think if you were going to ask me tonight, should we go forward, I'd tell you no. But if you would be patient and give us some more opportunity for doing the plan and getting a better understanding of it, I think, we might be well served, with the risk that, of course, we may end up not having that opportunity if DMV decides to go elsewhere. And I hope they don't, because I think we really owe it to ourselves to do it right. You're getting there, but I think a little bit more needs to be done. And I commend you for bringing this to us, because I think it's important to think about diversifying our revenue sources. That's a critical thing. And frankly, there are some things going on in town that I don't think are really going to derive revenue for us as much as some of our former colleagues stated. So this would be very helpful. And with that, I thank you very much.
Okay, Marchand.
Okay, thank you. Chris, in your presentation, the $6,000 that's from Dumfries, this may have alluded to the earlier assessment. That $6,000, is that on top of once employees are paid and everything else are paid?
No, so what that is that's solely $6,000 from the headquarters. That doesn't include any drop box. So basically you can drop stuff off, and as long as you have all the paperwork and everything done. So there's several different options that we can investigate. That was just this example to show that there is a locality that just using surplus from DMV headquarters, they were able to generate $6,000 in revenue. And they do it normally they said their staff does it between 8:30 to about 11. So then that would leave additional time to do other services. And I would agree that that is something we wouldn't come right out of the gate and have 2.5 FTE, and that's why it's not my recommendation. We would start small and then see how everything moves forward.
So a couple other comments. I wish we would have reversed the order and finished up the take-home policy before we got into this. I do believe we need to finish up our discussion. I realize they may not necessarily or need to happen in tandem, but I think we need to finish our discussion on how we're supporting the department. This is still a worthwhile discussion. I think about having Haymarket Coffee. That was a sort of a, outside-the-box thinking sort of opportunity for a public-private partnership. I would argue it's different because that's an autonomous sort of operation. They hire their own people, but I believe it is. What is the duration on that arrangement for Haymarket Coffee?
I believe it's just 1 year.
Okay. So that leads into my other point where you talked about outs, that after a year we have the ability to renegotiate. I think we've looked into providing the least or the minimal amount of upfront costs in terms of being practical about how we put it in the office and the repurposing. So I think you had said about $12,000. That is a risk I think we take up front, but the ability after a year or so to revisit that's prudent. Now, I understand that a year may not be a reasonable time to really get hard numbers and how we might be recovering our costs, but I do think the ability to renew on a two-year basis, if it just completely falls apart or if it's not worth our investment, then we have the ability to walk away. It does, I think we are competing with other jurisdictions in terms of bringing people into town, bringing people into our downtown. So I would agree that it allows us to provide a service that other communities are able to bring people in to go to our businesses, it being a public service. The traffic impact, I think that we do need to be sensitive to our neighbors. It sounds like you've already anticipated the parking demand. So I would want to know some of the opinion of some of our neighbors, how they would feel about that. But you've done your due diligence on that, and I appreciate it. Disturbance, it sounds like there may be some disturbance to the town hall operations, either having the staff or I think the earlier question was turnover. So we would probably just want to understand what that might be or what our obligations are. Do we have the ability, if we can't get the support staff either for turnover or sickness, can we borrow people from other DMV selects to come in and help staff?
Now, as I mentioned, these would be employees of the town of Haymarket, so they are not employees of DMV.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood, but do we have the ability to borrow from DMV resources,
That would be.
bond loan or part-time or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I would agree that the public input, since we are stewarding, stewards of the public dollar, probably worthwhile adding an opportunity for some additional input. But this is a long way of saying, I think the concept makes sense. We're looking at the park, it's probably going to do a public-private partnership with the park. So I think this is in line with other opportunities we're already seeking and has the potential to be a public benefit, so. But I'll support the additional discussion so long as we're very clear of what information that we need. But I think there's going to be some uncertainty, so it sounds like this assessment is understanding our risk. We're not going to have, obviously with all the conditions that go into this and some uncertainty starting up, but it sounds like this discussion is to better understand our risk assessment. But I think we've done a good job of trying to minimize the upfront costs, so thanks.
Mayor, I had one other point.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Just real quick, again, obviously, my main concern, or not main concern, a big concern was a break-even point, and as Bob and Joe brought up, I will say this, Bob mentioned that we, our surplus funds, I know they're looking at where, and we'll make a determination where we can spend those funds. That's important. But that's why I'm in favor of a public hearing. Those are our constituents out there. And if we have a large majority that come in here and really believe this is something they really want to need, maybe that changes our opinion or where we spend those surplus funds. But I also agree, I think we need to look at the funding we have on hand now with the take-home cars. I think that's one that comes to mind. But I think it's a great idea. I just don't think, using my buddy Bob's, I don't think it's ready for prime time yet. So, thank you, sir.
Okay, I think from what I hear, sorry, Joe, I think from what I hear is our consensus is this isn't ready for prime time. I think it's probably best to say, okay, let's move this to reviewing back again when we do start to look at our budgets. And make sure I get a consensus from everybody in that sense. Again, once we bring this to DMV, we may end up losing the opportunity, but I think there's probably more of a consensus that there's more that needs to be done to this. And I don't exactly want to say next month, and then next month say the following month. I think it's probably best to just say, yeah, let's deal with it when we start to strike the budget and actually do some exercises on funding. And so give DMV, say, hey, we won't be able to make a decision in this until May. If we lose it, we lose it, and then readdress it then. What are everybody's consensus on that? One real quick round on that, and then we'll go.
Sorry. So during the budget discussion, obviously the budgets, we have public hearings with the budgets. You're assuming we would solicit the public input during the budget season? Okay.
Yep.
Chris, you had talked earlier about doing a straw poll. Do you want a symbolic straw poll now to take back, or?
Hold on, let me. Yes, so what I was going to say is I can go down this list real quick and make sure that you guys are okay with the notes that I have, and then with that kind of take a straw poll that if we get all these questions answered and budgeted and additional funds and the public hearing and all that, that we would be able to move forward, because then that way I think we could be able to go forward. So if you guys.
That's okay, let's finish the.
Considered to go forward. With all that, we would consider to go forward. We can't say tonight that we will definitely go forward, I don't believe. What we're looking for is consideration.
Well, and this is one of those things where, we've already put a lot of staff time into it and putting all this additional stuff in here. I mean, I will absolutely do it, but at the same time, if we know which way we're going to go and we're not really for it, unless we have, public hearing is the one thing that's going to make a difference, then I think we can move forward. But because I've got public hearing,
That was just my idea during the discussion. Let's come back to that. But that one, my thing is, I think before we move on, after we get all this public or the council comment, maybe we'll do the straw vote as a sort of a final action. Sorry, Chris, to cut you off. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
So grab your list, or do you want to listen to the list and then have the comments,
You're
right?
asking for us to go around the dais first, and then we can come back to his list in case there's other things that come out of this discussion that go on the list.
Okay, yeah, let's circle real quick.
So I would be interested in moving forward at a faster pace than a slower one, as far as gathering whatever information is needed by the councilman to move forward with making that decision.
I would be willing to move forward. If they're giving us an ultimatum, they need a decision tonight or not, are they doing that?
Basically, what they just said, they had indicated that they just kind of wanted to know an update, and we said that we were going to have it today, but we didn't know how it was going to go. Straw vote, we don't know how many people we have in favor of it or not. And then, we just said, what's the implication? And their response was, well, let's see how tonight goes, and then if we need to look elsewhere,
I'm
we'll let
in
you know.
favor of it, Mr. Mayor. I just think, again, the public hearing bit and all, I support it, but not before we have a public hearing. And I don't feel we need to wait till May or June. I think this is something that we could bring even next month, just to kind of get people's opinions, because they're seeing it now, and word's already around, because I've already had some talk to me. So I can understand, I appreciate what Bob and Joe are saying about the budget and everything, and they're budget gurus, and I respect that. But I think just to get public opinion, I think we could do that next month.
Chris?
I will, sir, as soon as I can unmute.
Punch it with your finger.
No, I might break it. Chris, can you help me?
You can catch COVID from the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, there it goes. Sir, thank you. I think there is a faster way to approach it. I'll try to summarize it real quickly. Already the staff is in discussions with the flow of the office in moving the town clerk into that space now and going ahead and spending the $1,250 on the service windows, the $2,000 on the counters, the $5,000 on the labor, probably less, and the $150 on the jacks. It brings us to $8,400, and it's possible that that could come out of
Repair and maintenance.
yes, 4310001. That's $8,400 that could possibly get it moving. And even if collectively the council decides this is not the direction that we want to go, the office is already set up for advancement. That means whenever the town clerk is dealing with individuals from her new office, the double doors can be closed and the rest of the council chamber is secluded, so as not to disturb the other members, and with the planner on the other side. So those are discussions that we've already had in when I walked it to look at the different ways in order to do the construction. So just in an overview, even if we start heading into that direction, we could set ourselves up for success. And this is not quickly getting ahead of the reports that the other council members have asked for, because I too would love to see those reports. But it also gives us an opportunity to start setting up the pace for whether it be a month or two down the road when we really start moving towards making a decision. But I just feel like $8,400 is a good way to get a ball rolling. But even if the council decides not to, at least that office, that admin office, that clerk's office, it's still set up and ready to go. And I think by that point, we would not be thinking of the additional $8,400 because it's coming out of operational expense. We would only be thinking of the salaries and maybe a couple other things that's on the list for the service, like the printer and stuff. So I just think that we should get a move on it and still be able to do some of the work, $8,400 worth of the work, and still accomplish something this month. But I'll be in favor of it. Thank you, sir.
Your turn, Bob.
My position hasn't changed. I'm still on the fence. I came in on the fence, and I'm going to walk out of here tonight on the fence. To be absolutely honest with you, in considering the Dumfries numbers over their first 5-month period, that causes me even grave concern. I'm not so worried about the startup construction costs. I am concerned about flow within the office and that sort of thing, but the thing that really scares me is I want to see an ROI on what the ongoing operational expenditures are, and that's going to be my hang-up. If we end up subsidizing this to the tune of several grand a month for a year, I'm not going to look favorably on the proposal.
Joe?
Okay, I think, I thought maybe I made myself clear when I spoke earlier, but, yeah, I think we should keep investigating this. I don't see where another couple of weeks to a month is gonna hurt us, particularly if, we get some really good information Chris and Kim and others are able to find. So, I mean, tonight, no. Do I think we can do it? Maybe, but I just need some more information. And, you know, it's the will of the council to make the determination. But I just think what we need to do is get those questions answered as best as we can, so we have more confidence or more of a comfort level. And I think what would be really, really helpful in doing a project like this, it's nice to have a timeline too, so that you understand what your critical points are, which are almost like a critical path to getting a project up and going. So we have to make these investments, right? It seems that the sunk cost is repurposable, for lack of a better term. The other issues are related to the economy, the demand, the operating costs, return on investment, break even, however you want to, what metric you want to use. I think it's just, you know, we're not there tonight, but I think we're heading in the right direction, and I would encourage us to keep moving it forward and not preclude it. That's my position. Thank you.
Okay, I think it looks like we've got a straw man of more positive, that something might be able to be decided upon by next month. Maybe you want to kick that back to them, see if it's possible, and then at that point, do some type of interaction with us throughout the month, saying, hey, I got this information, does this look clearer for you? What do you feel on that, Chris?
So I just want to go ahead and just go over the list real quick. So first thing, we have multiple times was a public hearing to the residents to come speak about the DMV. Salary-wise, calculate the total expense of the salary as well as what that would constitute in transactions. And these are some of those things that I'll try my best, but you know, there's different factors at play. So for example, if you're under 500,000 in sales, you get 4.5% of the overall transaction, but once you get over, then it's 5%. So I'll take liberties where I think I need to, and I'll explain that when we move forward with those calculations. We're looking at the return on investment for the town as well as the town of Remington, their return on investment for their startup costs and the total time it took. We're looking at the July 1st programming, if that's feasible. Show exactly where all the different dollars that we could utilize to start up this DMV. Track the number of people that go from the DMV to different restaurants. And then I've got a timeline for the project, but I didn't really catch all that information. It just, when we're talking about a timeline, Councilman Passanello, are you talking about from the time we open and 6 months later, this is where we should be? Or are you talking, these are all the different things that should happen?
Can't hear you.
Go ahead, say it again.
Okay. The latter. These are the things that have to happen to get us to open. What's the timing of it all?
Well, the only timing is basically we need to agree and to move forward with the agreement, and we also need to have the the office is outfitted. So, I mean, those are the only two things we really need to get started. So the construction would actually probably take the longest amount of time. But I can get a quote on how long the construction would start.
About the agreements, and, you know, I know Bob has some questions, and I had a couple, but I'll set aside most of them, but it's a question for Martin relative to indemnification and whether the town policy covers that, or whether we would have to get a separate policy.
Insurance policy, we would have to always double check with our insurer to make sure that it covers it. That's just something to put on the checklist.
Okay, thank you.
So is there anything else that I missed in addition to the public hearings and basically trying to get a breakdown of salary and return on investment? Because I think I could calculate those numbers relatively quickly. I mean, just for example, a full-time person at $48,000 would cost the town right around $70,000. So that shows you at $70,000, it would cost the town about $5,833 a month. So I can get Roberto to get the real close numbers, but that just shows you would cost the town about $6,000 a month just for that employee's salary. So with other localities able to process in 2 hours with 2.5 FTE, $6,000 worth of work at the headquarters, I think one full-time person would be more than capable of producing that same $6,000, which would then put a surplus at about $177,000. So it's not a lot, but the return on investment, I think, would be once COVID's over and everything would move forward. But I think I can calculate these numbers and get it back to you as soon as possible, and I will let the DMV know that the town's still interested and that we just need a couple more numbers, and then we also want to do a public hearing to hear from the residents. So we'll put that out there and see if we can get emails, and please let your neighbors know if they're interested for or against shoot us an email, so we'll just include that similar to how we've done other public hearings.
Yeah, and on top of that, please put that presentation out on the website for public.
Yes, sir.
review.
Joe had something, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, concept of a public hearing.
Chris, you need to...
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm not sure whether that's required or not. Is it just for further transparency, or are there other ways that we can get this information out, and like a survey monkey, making sure it's in the next agenda, things of that nature? Do we have to do a public hearing?
So it's not required to do a public hearing, but also I don't think when we're talking about doing a public hearing, I don't think it's to the full extent. I don't think we need to advertise it in the newspaper, but I think if we put it on Facebook and the website and, you know, put a call out, I mean, even we could do a mailer to the different residents saying that we want to hear feedback about the potential of opening a DMV Select office. So there's different options that we have available. We can call it a public hearing, but, you know, put it in the newspaper, I don't think we would spend the money for that, but I think we could use some funds elsewhere to try and get the information out and get some feedback.
So it's kind of like the state.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're good on direction then, Chris?
Yes, so we'll reach out to DMV and kind of let them know straw poll is to move forward. We just need to get a couple more questions answered and get some feedback from residents. And then if I hear any feedback or anything, then I'll be sure to let you know. And like I said, I'll calculate all this, get everything done, and I'll just send, whenever I am able to finish it, whether it's me or Roberto or Kim, we'll just send the information kind of rapid fire. Whenever it's done, we're going to send it right over.
Okay, then we'll check this item as done and move on to the next agenda item. That's the Police Department Vehicle Take-Home Policy. Who wants to open up comments?
I think this is something that I think Roberto may just want to kind of discuss with council. This came from the work session. As Councilman Morris indicated earlier, this was something that they were looking at dollar amounts, and then it was recommended that we look at actually gallons instead. So that is where we came up with this number, looking at the overall gallons and then just the average monthly cost. So those are the numbers in front of you. No, it is on the agenda. No, that is for the Laney detail.
What page is that?
That is packet page 53 and 54.
Everyone have a chance to review? We'll let Bob, I guess, comment on the numbers that were cranked out here, or Roberto, whoever cranked them out, get an idea of what we're looking at. So we're all on the same page?
Good evening, Council. When it comes to this report, I think the last work session, Mr. Morris presented some numbers that were given by me to him, but when we were really, if you really want to discuss when it comes to this policy with the vehicles, fuel, for example, this is probably the most closest report that you can see realistic numbers. With this report, basically what it encompasses is the total gallons of a whole year. The way the activities tracked is by sheets. It is not tracked by myself or anyone. It's actually tracked by the vendor himself. This is basically allocating all the information throughout the year that happens per transaction. It is not. It actually goes down to details as per vehicle. Each officer is assigned a card to a vehicle, and that is how we are able to track these fuels costs. What was done here was basically to, as you know, fuels in years, they can change, they can vary. So what was done here was basically taking average numbers per month, totaling how many days, how many transactions were done that month, with the total of how gallons and amounts that were used that month. It was then given an average to give council kind of an idea of where the cost is monthly. Like I said, this is a truer way to explain how much the town is spending when it comes to fuel. I know that Councilman Morris, I know you and I had a conversation when we went to review this report last week. And basically what I explained to Councilman Morris is that, yes, you can vary 2 months, compare those months when it's changed, but the overall, when I'm working on a budget, I am looking the all year, the fiscal year. But how this report, how the money is spent throughout the year. 2 months, it can give you a picture, but it's really not a true picture when it comes down to it, because as you know, when I sit there and work on a budget, I'm thinking of a full year, not just of 2 or 3 months, and how it would affect the town. with that being said, the report you can see, there's different factors as well, but the report you can see the more recent one, the last two lines of page 53. We try to compare it year to year to prior years. That is the best way to try to do it, even though we run in a fiscal year. But you can see from January 1st, 2020 to August 31st, 2020, when we still had the take-home policy as a whole, we took the amount of months, the amount of transactions, the amount of money that was spent during that time in gallons, and we took the average. It states there what if we were to continue at that rate, that's a yearly projected where we could have possibly ended, with that projection. The following line from September 1st to 12/31 is basically stating, as close as we can be, when the vehicles policy was removed. And once again, I want to say this is an estimate, but this is probably the closest thing because it is from data from the vendor himself that takes into account all the money, all the transactions that took place within a period. You can see that the cost savings, there is a significant cost savings there in 4 months. But also, if we took that, like I said, it's an estimate, taking those averages, what it would end up yearly. For me, as a treasurer, this is something I would use to try to gauge, to see trends when I'm working on a budget. These are the, not also taking what the actuals were prior years. But these are the type of ways that I would try to project along to present to council, and of course have council question and one answered as to how we would come up with these numbers. As you can see, with those 3 months, which would technically be a quarter in a fiscal year, the cost will be significant in savings. This all it does to me is just trying to present the data. Councilman Morris had a great start, on it. This is just me trying to dig a little bit more into it as council had requested and asked last work session. So this is just something presenting to you guys to give you a little bit more insight. I know that the numbers seem a little higher, but just trying to give you the full scope when it comes to this fuel cost to the town. And I'm here to try to answer any questions. If anyone feels that there needs to go more explanation on it or in any way.
Okay, I see no questions on this calculation.
No, this is good, sir. This is really good.
I think what we need to do, though, is make also a comment, make note that this is strictly the fuel. This is nothing else. If you really want to get some type of powerful information, the best thing you could do is use the IRS cost per mile estimate. That supposedly takes in depreciation factors, insurance, fuels, maintenance, and everything else. That's probably one angle you could go. I don't know if anybody on the floor wants to open up with discussion, but I'll leave it up for discussion at this point to move forward towards making a decision on which direction you guys want to go.
Mr. Mayor, my
whole point in raising this is to resurrect the item. My intention was to resurrect this item so that we can make a decision to move forward, because we're discussing allowing the chief to hire 2 more full-time officers. So for me to look at this, it is making the package more attractive, especially in view of other departments immediately surrounding us offering better salaries and more attractive opportunities for promotion. So that's my main purpose in resurrecting it. First of all, getting the chief approval to hire the 6th full-time officer, and looking as a council, looking at the take-home vehicle policy to see if that could then make it more, or appear to be more attractive as we go out and as we hire amongst a pool that is slowly being depleted.
Steve, do you have a comment?
Yes, sir, a couple things. The difference, and you're right, it's hard to put a factor on the appreciation of the car, the wear and tear and stuff like that. I mean, it's not easy, even no matter what you use, in my opinion. Chief, when it comes to the gas, you've seen these figures? Because I guess my question is, last time you talked about you could adjust your budget somewhat to make the difference. Do you still feel that way?
I think my original statement to Councilman Weir and Councilman Passanello, and maybe to the council as a whole, was that I would rather keep the take-home policy in the beginning, and make that up in other areas.
Yes.
If you wanted
Okay.
to cut from the budget, what it would save, that was my point.
Okay, and thank you. I appreciate that. I like the idea. I agree with Chris Morris. I think it's a good recruiting tool. We pick and choose our battles. We're getting certain things moving forward that I'm pleased about, hiring the 6th officer and so on and so forth. This isn't something I would follow my sword for, but I think if it's something that budget-wise that the chief can adjust and cover somehow, I would be for it. I think it's a small perk. Well, it's not a small perk, it's a big perk. Officer Hood, Chief, I talked to him briefly, and I think you did, when he had to start driving. Of course, he drives a gas guzzler. That's his choice. But how much a month was he getting out of his pocket? Do you recall that?
I'm not even sure, sir.
I talked to him. I thought he said something like $600 or something, a massive amount, but again, he had a gas guzzler. That's his choice. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, one concern I do have is we haven't really discussed, what policies we would want to put on this, right? Just like with the phone service, with unlimited data plans and everything else, right? When you make it unlimited, you can come up with a situation where it's a round trip for someone to be over 100 miles. And when you look at the difference of what's the use of the car around town for patrolling, and then you add that on top of it, you end up shrinking the life cycle down on the car and everything else. So, I would be very, I would be against an unlimited policy, just like with the phone. I do not have an unlimited data policy. But, so those things would have to be discussed tonight if you wanted to try and pass this on.
And if I could, I agree, Mr. Mayor, and that's why I think you set a distance of, again, I think, was I talking to you, Vice Mayor? I was talking to someone about that, as a crow flies, how far it is to the furthest part of Prince William County, but I believe it's almost 50 miles. It's 49.8 miles or something like that. Not as a crow flies, I'm sorry, on traveling on the roads. I would be for saying if you're within 50 miles of this office, not anywhere, because as I pointed out, if we say Prince William County, where we got Loudoun County, 6 miles down the road, Fauquier 4 miles down the road. So I think my feeling would be a 50-mile radius from this office right here, this building. So, thank you.
I would also be open to a radius configuration for a take-home vehicle. I do think that there should be some limitations. I'd like to, this is Haymarket, so that's where it should be.
I agree.
I was not here for the hybrid plan discussion. Is that sort of abandoned as part of that, or is that a way to address? What's that? I was not here for the hybrid plan discussion. That seemed to be a middle of the road, sort of, like, what I understood from the hybrid was that the officers that would take it would only be, I guess if they were back-to-back shifts, but if there was multiple days between, they wouldn't? Or was there any appetite for doing that, or did that discussion already sail on the hybrid plan?
I don't recall that. I may have missed it. I don't recall that.
Okay, well then I misunderstood the conversation, so I think the radius is fine. Do we know what Prince William and other jurisdictions have on their radiuses?
Prince William is confined to within the county.
And that's, Steve, that's where you got your,
25.
Steve, that's where you got your number was the width?
Their detectives are not, there's two of them that live in Fauquier that I know of. So it may be a case-by-case basis depending on their job.
Right.
But detectives, no, I know two that live in Fauquier that are Prince William, both homicide.
But to your point, you were saying that Prince William, if driving to the west side to the east side is a reasonable coverage area and that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That's all I had, thanks.
Any other discussions? Do I have any proposal, or Bob, you got something? I missed you, sorry.
No, I'll wait for the motion.
Okay, do I have any type of motion on what restrictions should be? And Joe?
All right, can you hear me? I don't know why tonight we're trying to make a decision on something that we don't have enough information on. I mean, we just got finished having a discussion about one thing, and now we're talking about moving forward with something. We don't know what these costs truly are. And I couldn't hear a lot of the conversation. I'm not sure what the radius is, but just, if I heard 50, that's 100 miles a day, right? Is that what I heard, 50?
Yes.
And if that's 100 miles a day at, 4 or 5 days a week, do the math, and then apply a factor like the IRS number, or even do half of it, and then maybe you'll see what the number and the cost is. Because gas is not the only thing, and we just cannot discount the wear and tear on these vehicles, the cost of labor, the cost of maintenance, the cost of insurance, and something we're not even talking about, it's capital costs and the capital cost of replacement down the road. I think we need to do a lot more homework. I thought we had always rushed this at the first time. Yeah, is it a perk? There has to be limitations on this, but we don't even know what those cost limitations should be based on, it's a distance-based calculation in my mind. And, 20 miles is a lot less than 50 miles, not just with gas, but all of the other items associated with the cost of operation. So I'm not prepared to have this discussion tonight until we get some more information. And by the way, I just want to be clear on something. When we want to talk about commitment to our police department, I think we better start looking at our commitment in our budget, because our budget speaks to what our values are. And if you really start to look at that budget, you will see with Laney Detail, we're close to 36%, maybe higher. Even if you take Laney Detail, 1/3 of our budget goes to the police department. And I think that's a pretty darn good commitment to our police department. And I think we ought to start looking at the bigger picture here and see where our costs are per capita versus some of our peers. We're not doing that. And it's going to continue to be a big part of our budget if we don't rein this in. Now, I understand the attraction, and I respect the idea and the argument that we want to make it more attractive. But it's not just having a vehicle. It's also the type of job. Being in a small town, community-based policing environment that might be more attractive than somewhere else. So we've got to start thinking about different ways of selling the community. It's not just through all the bennies and the car itself. And if it is, well, then maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm in the wrong business. But I think we really need to look at the whole picture And we're not doing that. We're piecemealing this, and we shouldn't be doing that. And frankly, I think we've been very, very generous, folks. We've been very generous. And Chris pointed out, Mr. Morris pointed out that we all agreed to go for the 6th officer. And, you know, we were taking a lot of heat over that, and that's fine. That's why we got elected, to take heat. But we came to a conclusion, and we all concurred to go forward with it. And there's a benefit in that, too, relative to wear and tear on our officers and scheduling and fatigue. So we got to think of the entire picture rather than just one policy as thinking that that's going to be the solution. Thank you.
Bob, I saw your hand up.
Let me get on the right screen here. I was just going to wait for the motion, but since Joe's brought some of this up, you know, quite frankly, I don't even know why we're talking about this tonight. We settled this months ago. There was an option given the chief, hybrid plan or no take hold. As I recall, it was no take home. And we made a budget amendment to codify that, and we took those funds and moved them elsewhere to cover some other costs. So if we're going to undo it, we're going to have to do another budget amendment. But looking at this, I think what, you know, the numbers aren't really indicative of what the true savings are because it depends on what the price per gallon is. If you look at the sheet on, or the analysis on page 53, you'll note that the average gallon of gas in the first 6 months, or the first 8 months of the year was $2.12 a gallon. In the last 4 months, its average has gone up 12 cents a gallon. It's going to continue to rise. At least that's what the projection is. With the rise in gas and a 25% reduction in the gallons burned, our cost savings increase with every increase in the cost of a gallon of gas. You know, for whatever reason, we decided to, or councils past decided to engage in a capital structure where we purchased 5 cars at one time, and thus, in theory, we'll have to replace 5 at one time. You know, we're looking at a significant capital cost if we're going to do it on a straight rotation of swapping the cars out based on years in service and not necessarily mileage. It's not a new topic I'm bringing up. But you know, we seem to be going back down this rabbit hole. As I recall, the discussion in August or September when we adopted this was, I believe you're correct, Marchant, was a hybrid plan of some sort, and I believe the radius was 20 or 25 miles. Quite frankly, I don't buy the 50-mile radius. You know, it was presented that that was so that the officers could respond to incidents in town, and it would make that response faster. Let me tell you something. If you're 50 air miles away, that's probably 60 or 70 road miles, and by the time you get here, Prince William County is going to have responded. The incident's going to be gone in most cases. I think at the time, I believe Joe asked, you know, how many responses have we had from home that require the vehicle to come in at night? I don't think I've ever seen the response. But I mean, I don't see. I mean, I get the perk value. The question is, how many perks are we going to give out? I heard it asserted at the work session, and I believe I just heard it asserted again, that we're amongst the lowest paid departments in the county or in the area. And if I recall correctly, in 2018 or 2019, the previous council adjusted the pay scale for the town officers to the equivalent of Prince William County. So if we're the equivalent of Prince William County, I got a news flash for you. We're not the lowest paid. We're probably amongst the highest paid outside of Herndon. So if we're gonna talk about this, and we're gonna talk about funds, and we're gonna talk about expenditures, let's at least be consistent and intellectually honest about it. I've looked into the numbers. You know, Joe was talking about a cost comparison. I've done a cost comparison that gives you the comps. Let me see if I can pull it up. I gotta remember which sheet it's on. There it is. And if you throw the low and the high end out from the average, the high being Middletown, or excuse me, not Middletown, Middleburg, which is an outlier because of their business to residential ratio in terms of how they adopt or how they fund their budgets. And I think the low end outlier was Clifton. But among incorporated towns in this area and statewide, on both the basis of a percentage of the budget, the per capita costs overall, and the per capita cost for the department, we are among the highest, significantly higher than any other jurisdiction. And with fuel, we're at the top of the list. So I get everybody wants to have public safety. I get everybody wants to give them everything and do everything we can for them. But there's a price point that we can't go above. And if we're not going to control the cost, and we haven't in the last decade, we cannot sustain the levels and the required growth to keep it at that level. We just cannot do it. So somebody needs to get a little bit of sense of reality on what the cost is and how we're going to fund it. And if we're going to suddenly start, losing a couple of grand a month on a DMV office or, whatever, at some point in time, somebody has to make a decision. Where are we going to continue to spend the money on, and what are we not going to spend money on? I've heard people behind this dais say that, it's PD before everything, and that's all that matters to the residents of the town. Well, let me tell you, that's not the case with all of them. That's the case with a percentage of them. There is a percentage of them that wants their operational cost and their budgetary cost reduced, and there's even a portion of them there's even a portion of the residents that, quite frankly, and I don't agree with this, would like to see the police department rolled up and rely strictly on Prince William County. It's the reality of the situation. Not everybody is going to be on the same page. But we better get a handle on what we're going to be paying and how much we're going to be paying before we go down a rabbit hole that we can't handle. We made a decision 4 months ago. We've saved several $1,000s because of it. We've reprogrammed that money, and we will continue to save money. And as the price of gas goes up, the amount of money that we will save, both on the gas costs and likely on the maintenance cost, will continue to rise. So if doing something fiscally responsible 4 months ago is no longer the flavor of the month, well, fine. I mean, go ahead and motion to change the policy again, switch horses in midstream. I would suggest if you want to go down that path, let's do that at budget time, because that's the appropriate time to do it, rather than doing it here in the few weeks remaining before we start to consider the budget. I don't like changing horses midstream. There's no consistency. And I think that's one of the things that this town has been lacking for almost a decade, is consistency in spending policy. I said it earlier. Everybody I've accused many in this town of getting diverted. What's the next shiny object? Let's abandon this and do that. Let's change course. That's not good governance. That's not good. That's not best practices. If you're gonna select a path, let's stay on it. And I'll get off my soapbox.
Okay. I did a quick calculation here. If you say that 50-mile radius is our radius, that's 100 miles round trip, right? Let's say we got an officer who comes in 4 times a week. Let's say he comes in for 50 weeks, give him 2 weeks vacation time, right? What we're looking at is 400 miles a week for 50 weeks is what? 1, 2, 3. 20,000 miles?
400 miles a week times 52 weeks?
50 weeks.
50 weeks?
So 20,000? Okay, and if you look at IRS, which is giving a reimbursement per mile of about 57.5 cents, I think that calculation comes out to $11,500 added to any police officer who takes a car home past this radius. That's a fairly good bonus.
The fuel cost would be roughly $3,000, a little less.
Yeah.
Based
Well,
on 16
if you want
miles
to, if you want to
average
try
gallon.
and include depreciation and everything else in the car, which I'm assuming IRS has done, since they got a big pot of data, right?
Yeah, one of the interesting things, the Sheets bill also provides is average gas mileage of the vehicles, and we're averaging less than 16.
Yeah, but this would be a car that's going right to the 50-mile limit that we would allow. That would be an 11,500 increase.
Councilman Morris, when you initiated this information, this subset of information, you're saying that doesn't change your position? It's still this assessment from the treasurer? I'm trying to remember your presentation last week where you had you had calculated the numbers overall.
I can unmute. The purpose of the presentation was to find other ways within the police department to pay for this amount. Of course, there are other factors. Joe brought up a great factor concerning the vehicle, the use of the vehicle. Bob brought up the fact of using the mileage instead. Those are good factors to use. My point in resurrecting it is to add it as a perk to the employment and the retention of our police department. In doing so, in creating it, we could also find the funds within the department, not creating a burden on finding the money elsewhere. And that's where I came up with almost twice the amount of money. My calculation was just over $5,000. And what I provided to council during the work session was $9,000 that we could find within the PD. Let the PD account for itself. Let it do its own calculation. At the end of the month, if the chief, if he's doing his accounting and realize that his numbers are too high because whether it be fuel or maintenance, that should be on the chief to say, hey, I'm going to park 2 vehicles. Or he should be able to talk to his own officers to say, no, this vehicle is costing too much. I'm grounding it. I mean, let him run the department. So I understand the whole conversations and arguments about how much it's costing us, and there's even a conversation about we shouldn't even have bought the vehicles in the first place. Listen, we inherited it. The previous council voted, I think three councils ago, voted to purchase these vehicles. We inherited them. So my main focus is to look at this as a perk for hiring and retention. And that's after speaking with a couple of agencies where I know they're having a hard time in finding quality people. It is not the environment right now. One just died, was within the last hour in Mississippi in a shootout. No, that has no bearing on the take-home vehicle policy, but these are guys who are putting their lives on the line every night, every day, for the safety of our community. And for those who may be saying we don't need a police department, shame on them. Until they're the ones who need to pick up the phone because someone is inside their house. But I think primarily it is not for response. My whole point in resurrecting this is not because our officers are going to respond. That is not the case. Prince William County is going to respond within 10 to 15 minutes. There's no officer living 40 miles away that's going to respond before a Prince William County officer. So that is not the point of that I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is let us make the department look good, look attractive to hire good quality individuals, because other departments have what it takes. If I had to choose between Haymarket and Town of Leesburg, I'm going to go where the money's, Prince William County's scale is at Lieutenant Schaefer's rate is $15,000 more. At Officer Davis's rate, it's $5,000, $5,600 more. At Officer Burgoon's rate, it's $3,500 more. That's just next door, Prince William County. I don't even know if they need to go back to school to be an officer within that county. And if I had to choose, I would choose the more attractive. I mean, for Lieutenant Shaver to take home 15 grand more, I would rather be an officer with Prince William County. Now it exposes me more to dangers. It exposes me more to all the different things that's involved with a higher, fast-paced department. But that's the reason why I resurrected it, just for us to have discussions concerning it. I don't think we did due diligence to the police department when we went into the initial discussion. And I'm ready to make a motion to move forward, whether it be 30, 40, or 50-mile radius. But I think there should be some aspect where the chief controls the radius. Right now, there's just one officer, correct me if I'm wrong, that lives at that distance, correct?
Yes, currently, there would only be one officer that would benefit from this.
And as a perk, maybe the chief is going to be the one when he sits down and do interviews to look for who it is and said, hey, no, maybe he tells the new recruits, hey, you have a 30-mile radius. But that should be on him.
Steve, do you see this as I'm putting you in a hard position there. I would assume you supported it before, you continue to support it now. With the two decisions we've made and the applicants that you have in, is this enough of a perk to disinterest or to lose potential candidates?
Sir, I don't know that this is particularly something that we would lose someone for. It's more of, we may gain more because of it rather than
a wider net.
we
You
would
cast a
lose.
wider net.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And then Councilman Weir, your earlier point about the pay being brought up to the Prince William scale. I was having a conversation, can't remember who it was with, that wasn't there a later pay raise for Prince William County, and that's what Councilman Morris is talking to?
There was.
It's like a phase 2
There
pay
has-
raise.
The phase 2 has not been adopted yet, I don't believe.
Okay.
There was a question of how they were going to fund it, and I don't think that ever got off the ground because that was supposed to happen it was supposed to happen, but I believe COVID pushed that back and pushed it back indefinitely, and I have not, I follow the budget pretty closely in Prince William County, but I don't recall that ever coming back.
Okay, thank you.
Or at least not to date.
And Mr. Councilman Morris, your argument, thank you for indulging me, your argument was that we can, if we were to offer this again, we can do it within the current monies that we have within the budget. But Councilman Weir, you were saying to do that, we would have to do another budget amendment? What I'm saying, does this carry us through the budget discussions? Your idea carry us through the budget discussion, and then we have the statistics and the information that we need during the budget discussion?
Does it require a budget amendment to adopt?
To the way.
If you want to make it clean, yes. If you just want to end the year with books that are out of whack and then adjust at the end of the year, as has been done in the past, and not properly budget for your planned expenses, then no.
But this is a carryover to the budget discussion. The answer is no.
Whatever policy we determine will have to be factored into the initial budget projections and initial budget drafts for FY22.
Okay. Last point, Councilman Morris, is that if we were to delay this initially I was thinking that the immediacy of it was necessary to be a perk, but carrying it over to the budget discussion, which starts in 2 months, where the other concerns about comparable costs, is that enough concern to you that we wouldn't cast as wide a net?
I think
You see an immediacy of it, is what you're
yes,
saying?
yes, and that's why I brought it up. I see the immediate need for it, especially the chief went for, I think, 2 months, correct me if I'm wrong. He had one interest and then he was down to 0. And he started casting a wider net, and now he's getting some bites, but it's still not as attractive as I think we could make it. And I'm not asking council for money from our general reserves. I'm not saying we should go and get money from elsewhere. All I'm saying is the chief can find ways to make up this money from different areas within his already approved budget. That's all I'm saying.
Can I make one more question? I'm sorry. So I guess the question is, so let's say we get through this exercise, now we support it and change the policy, but then we get through the budget and we got to take it away again. Does that not put us back to?
Not take it away, but if it's a policy, then we support it as a council.
Joe, you've been patiently waiting.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me. So, this would impact one officer today. We don't really know if it's going to impact officer 5 or 6 tomorrow. So we have no clue, gentlemen and lady, what this is going to cost us. We have no clue. We know what it might cost with the one individual. Frankly, I don't think we're expensing it properly to really understand what that cost is per previous comments. So we don't have the information to better understand the implications. Legislating is an important thing, but you try to legislate with as much information as you can have. I understand the idea of a perk, but frankly, if we're going to go that direction, we should start opening it all up and really doing a full compensation package analysis to better understand where we fit. How competitive are we? Absent that, again, we're doing this piecemeal. We're not really understanding what our competitors are doing. So we need to do more of that kind of homework and a peer review before making this kind of a decision. That's my argument. And if we know what the numbers are and what the potential numbers could be in the future and we want to budget for that, so be it. But at this point, if there is a motion tonight, I will be voting no. Thank you.
Tracy Lynn?
Chief, I would be interested in knowing exactly where you would pull the money from, what line items you would be utilizing to make that decision. And then I'd like Mr. Pascalo's compensation package. When we're talking about applying and wanting to be a part of a community, we're speaking to, we've already got a bonus.
Could you unmute?
Oops, am I on mute? Of course I am. Thank you. So asking for where you would be pulling the money from to better assess that. And then when we're looking at a compensation package or when you're speaking to applicants, I understand that we're offering an incentive and we want to offer the most attractive package as possible. What are some non-monetary perks that you would speak to?
The answer to your first question would be Councilman Morris had come up with a couple items that he was talking about in his presentation that I think I could use some funds out of those items, so that's fine with me. The 9,000 that he came up with, and I don't have it with me right here, but if he could review that, I guess. As far as the non-perks, the way I sell this town is you have an ability here to be a police officer for your community instead of policing the community, because we don't have a high crime rate. We're able to actually get out of the vehicles and talk to our residents and have a good relationship to where you're not hated by the community like some areas are. To me, I think that's a huge perk. Also, I kind of, sometimes I look for an older, more experienced officer, someone who's, because police like to run and gun. They become cops because they like the adrenaline rush. They like the pursuits. They like the robberies. They like the danger of it all. But there are some officers, and as they're, getting the last, quarter of their career, they like to just relax a little, and that's attractive to the crowd for here, because you can do that here. You can work a long time on a case without having to go from call to call to call. And so it's basically the ability to enjoy your community and to be part of it and actually make a difference instead of just running ragged, like some of the higher crime areas and more busy areas.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just had the question about what costs were we looking at, gas-wise? The depreciation on the car, the maintenance and all that, I don't put a lot of credit into that. It's fact. I don't believe it's $11,000 a year on a vehicle. I don't buy that. But it is it definitely is factors in on the cost. I don't deny that. We're going to have wear and tear on cars regardless. Obviously more if we take them home, you know, a 50-mile radius or whatever. But the gas itself, what did we come out with approximately?
$379 from the new.
3,000?
No, $379 a month.
$379 a month. Even if it's $500 a month, that's easy enough for you to take out of your budget somewhere from you and Councilman Morris that we all looked at?
Yeah, so it's not easier, it's just sacrificing other areas.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul, and I mean,
It's living within the budget that I was given, but prioritizing things that are more beneficial.
and that's what you do in a budget, no matter whether it's in the military, I had to do this, and VDOT, I have to do this, we all have to do this. If we manage a budget, we're given a budget, and we set our priorities. And what we can't do just doesn't get done, because we don't have the money for it. But you set your priorities with the budget you have, as long as you can get everything done, that ought to be your call, not this council's call. And I'm not saying anybody's saying it's not. I'm just saying that should be your call with your budget. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Bob, I see your hand up. Hopefully it's for a motion.
No,
Darn.
no, it's not. We could do it that way. We could allow the chief to adjust the budget and draw down some other line item and transfer that and justify paying for the gas, but that has an impact. It has an impact on the next budget cycle when that particular line item that he draws from gets reduced. Your budget's not a snapshot in time. It's a living thing that extends from year to year, and that's how you derive what your next year's budget's going to be. This budget was drafted to his needs and the resources that we had available to program those needs. And if he wants to change the needs, or if he wants to change the way that they're funded, or if he wants to find some other way to fund them, then he needs to come to us and make that change. Because at the end of the day, and I'm tired of hearing this, at the end of the day, this body sets the budget, sets the spending priorities. It doesn't apply just to chief, it applies to the admin too. It applies to everything. We determine what the priorities are, and we fund them to the level that we choose. It's not police department money, it's not administration money, it's not streetscape money, it's taxpayer money. And our principal job, sitting at this dais, is to engage in fiscal responsibility, and our principal role is a fiduciary one. So if it's the desire of this council to simply ignore what priorities we've established, what we're willing to fund, and I understand exigencies when you have to change things, but if we're not going to stick to what we've got and at least hold both staff and the PD responsible for the budget that we've provided them, then why engage in the budget process at all? Oh, that's right, we're mandated by state code to do it. And I grow weary of this. Chief, you say you wanted this option. Why didn't you say that 4 months ago. You were given the opportunity, and you went with the nothing. Quite frankly, 4 months ago, I was ready to give you a 20, 25-mile radius. I'm not sure I'm ready to go there now. In fact, I think I advocated for that. I honestly don't know, again, why we're discussing this outside of the budget. Within a couple of weeks of crafting the next budget, because all this is going to do is make the next budget even more difficult, because when Roberto and Joe and I sit down and try to figure out what you guys want, how do we adopt a budget if the numbers keep changing and the outcomes and the goals keep changing? I think you guys really need to think about that, because we're right up against the beginning of the budget cycle. And if you think we're having an argument tonight, if we don't get this squared away in a great big hurry, the budget cycle is going to be even more argumentative. Thank you.
Chief, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a comment on that. Councilmember Weir, I didn't bring this back up. This is not something that I prompted Councilman Morris to bring back up. So the implication that why didn't I agree to it, or why did I bring this back up? Well, it didn't come from me. I've been living within the budget guidelines that you guys have given me, including the no take-homes. Every line item I have is way below where 50% is. I believe I've stepped up to whatever guidelines that this council has given me. Whether I agreed with the take-home or not, I gave my argument several months ago, and then I left it in your hands. So I didn't bring this back up. I don't agree with the implication that you're making. I'm living within whatever guidelines you guys set.
Chief, I appreciate that, and I understand that. I'm not accusing you of bringing it back up. I'm saying this will change the parameters and the discussion, and I'm not in favor of that.
I understand, sir. I just wanted it to be known I'm living within the guidelines of this council and willing to accept whatever it has, and I have done that for several months.
My last comment, I don't have confidence that if we approve this now, that this council is not going to take that money from you in our budget cycle, and that will be right back to no take-home cars. I truly believe that will be the case.
It's going to be hard, because then it's a policy.
Yeah, it'd have to be the policy.
Okay, we're kind of in a stalemate here. I need something to move forward, motion of something, or... Okay, I don't see anything. Did I see your hand, Joe? Joe? Nope. So am I going to close this out? Consider this dying on the vine then, right?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we did have 4 council members that expressed that they would entertain a radius.
Let's get a motion and vote on it then. We got to move some way.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for the council to pursue reinstituting the take-home vehicle policy with a radius of 40 miles.
Second.
We got a motion and second. Last chance for discussion. I see, Bob, your hand's up.
Is there an accompanying motion for a budget amendment from where you're going to draw the funds?
Mr. Mayor, in addition, the funds for this amount would be coming from salary, wages, overtime, premium, 4,000, computer, internet, and website, 2,000, office supplies, 1,000, and uniforms and police supplies, 2,000, total 9,000.
Bob?
I believe that such reductions in the PD budget and those other line items are not appropriate given that they were budgeted for the needs of the PD, much as I disagreed with some of them. And we are going to potentially hamstring the chief with respect to those particular line items. And then we're going to hear the officers aren't happy because they didn't get X or didn't get Y. This is not how you do it. Unless you can come up with an aggregate number of what you believe the additional cost is going to be, and give me a firm rationale for where you're going to draw the money down and how you're going to pay for this and how it's not going to impact other operations within the PD, I cannot support it.
Before I continue, I think I overstepped letting Bob speak without requesting a friendly amendment, since I'm assuming that was amendment to a motion. Is that correct, Chris? Friendly amendment to that motion, will you still second it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Marchant?
I am in support of revisiting the policy. This budget will be the first budget that this council does. And so I am concerned that we adopt the policy, get into the budget cycle, and then we're having to take it away again. And I hate for us to recruit an officer that would come in and the expectation of this perk or this fringe benefit, and then we take it away again. I would much more comfortable supporting the effort and the policy as part of the budget discussion and get the full comparisons, understand the entirety of the budget across the town.
Can you unmute? Sorry.
I think
Who
it's very
didn't hear me?
simple. I think it's very simple. The mayor is going to ask for a yea or nay, and you vote nay, and you just keep
Okay, well, it's
moving.
discussion, and so I'm talking about my rationale. I've heard the discussion. I think it's worth pursuing. I think we do need it for a recruitment effort, but I would hate to get through that exercise, this being the first budget of the council, and then have to revisit the policy or have an unfunded policy based on other priorities of the council. So I'll vote no on the motion.
I see Joe's hand up, or
No, it's just-
see Joe?
As I've said before, we're shooting in the blind here. We really don't know what it's going to end up being. And I would say it would be prudent to table this and to let us do our homework. But if it must be a vote, let's get it over with.
Mayor.
Yes, town manager.
So this is just a reminder, we won't be able to make the budget amendment because we already made the two previous ones today. However, I think that if we were to move forward with the policy, and because from my understanding is that you guys wanted to give Chief the ability to provide take-home if possible, that just allow the policy to allow take-home policy of up to 40 miles and then just instruct the Chief to provide a budget amendment for the next meeting, if he would want to increase the fuel costs, or if he wants to just leave the fuel costs where they are now.
That's only if it passes, though.
Well, that's correct. I just wanted to make sure that when you made the motion, including those budgetary numbers, we would reach the threshold where we need to do a public hearing. So I think, just to Councilman Marchant and Schneider, that it would be advantageous to make the motion for the policy, and then at the work session and regular meeting, then we could discuss the budget amendment implications of that policy. Because within 1 month, I don't think he's going to spend the difference between the currently allocated fuel costs and the total line item.
Okay, Bob.
I would remind everybody at the beginning of this meeting, a similar issue with respect to staff, admin staff, retention bonuses. And one of the reasons I was willing to kick it down the road was because the financial impact and what that, hadn't been fully vetted and would cause a problem from a public hearing notice. So apparently, yet again, what applies to staff and their expenses does not apply to the PDs. So again, are we going to treat staff and the PD with the same policy measures, or are we going to do them separately and differently? I'm not going to be happy if we are going to continue to go down the road of having essentially two classes of town employees and treating them differently. Because quite frankly, That's causing friction within the organization, within the town, and we need to nip that in the bud right now, and that's in addition to the fiscal issues.
You have proof of what it's causing in town or in this city?
I have heard from staff, yes.
Because I've heard from plenty of citizens out here how they are upset about how we, as a council and a mayor, have treated this police department.
And I've heard the opposite.
Well, you don't understand the difference
Okay,
between
let's-
law enforcement
We're really
and
dragging
office.
this out.
I understand the
Let's get this going.
responsibility that we have to the employees of this town, regardless of which side of the office they're on.
Okay, let's go for a vote.
Simple.
Roll call, please.
Hold on.
Can we just go ahead and clarify that motion, the original motion? Can you just repeat the first one that you had made?
I don't even remember what I said.
It was a policy for 40-mile radius.
The motion that I recall Councilman Morris making was that you moved town council reinstate the take-home policy with a limit of up to 40 miles.
Yes, sir.
And then if there's any budgetary impact, there will be a budget amendment at the next work session and regular meeting.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Schneider.
No.
Pater.
No.
Shannon.
Yes.
Yes.
Weir.
No.
Casanello.
No.
That's professional.
Okay, that was a long,
Yeah.
long journey there. Sorry, guys.
That's exactly
Try to
right.
get this back on track. Next in line is the Laney detail.
Yes, this was another item that was discussed at the work session. It was requested that we come forward with a breakdown of dollars per hour. So the spreadsheet or the Excel form that you have in front of you is what I was able to calculate with Roberto. That includes the workers' compensation, the taxes for each hour, the fuel cost. So at the top, you can see on the top left, that's where you'll see that individual information, and then below it, what also included was just a guesstimate of the vehicle maintenance, the cost of chief creating the schedule, and then also the cost of Roberto completing the payroll specific to Laney. And that's where we came up with the $1.38. And then, as you guys remember, prior to in FY20 at the previous council, they allowed all $50 to go to the officer, and there was no admin costs. So that's where you'll see in the top portion, it was about $6. Let me pull it up real quick. So in the top portion, you can see it was $6.20 is what it cost the town for every hour we had an individual at Laney. And then when this council came on board, that's where having the $5 come to the administration of this, that's where it went down to the $1.20. So you can see on the right, upper right side where in FY20, there was 1,120 hours. And if you multiply that by the $6.20, it was a loss of $6,944. And then once you guys came on board, there was 1,566 hours at the $1.20 per hour. So that was $18.79.20. So all in, just including the workers' compensation, taxes, and fuel, the town lost or has lost about $8,823. And then what I also did is I broke that down. There was 2,686 hours that there was an officer at Laney Detail, and you divide that by the lost cost that the town covered. So that breaks down to about $3.28 per hour is what the town paid to have that second officer at Laney Detail. And then basically all I did is including the admin costs and the vehicle maintenance, using the same calculation, the town lost an estimated $12,529, and dividing that by the hours, it costs $4.66 an hour for having Delaney Detail over there. What I had recommended to Chief is that if we could reach out to Laney and see if they would be interested in increasing the hourly amount to $52.50. I think that would better capture that lost hours, because at least in the top section, it would completely cover that, and then in the lower section, I don't know if you can see it, but now that you guys have came on board, it was $2.58. So essentially, if they were able to do $52.50, the town would be losing 8 cents an hour to have that officer at Laney Detail. And then Chief has some updates about the Laney Detail itself. But I just wanted to run through all those numbers, how calculated cost per hour, and then some of the guesstimate of the admin and vehicle maintenance.
Take it, Chief.
And then I kicked it to you about discussing Laney with the cost and the future of it.
Okay, yes, so I reached out to Laney. They are agreeable starting February 1st today to go to the $52.50 to cover all the costs.
Why didn't you ask for 60?
Are you muted?
It's not letting me unmute.
You guys don't know what to negotiate, man. Could have gone for 60, buy a new car.
All right, am I good? So I spoke with Laney after speaking with the town manager and hearing his number for cost, covering all the costs, trying to cover the bases, so the council is comfortable with it. Would they go to $52.50? They stated that they would, starting February 1st. They're still projecting that this will go into March. But that's the only updates I have, unless there was something else. Yeah. Okay, so they told me Laney Detail is the contractor. They have several subs. As far as basically the oil drilling rigs crew that was there, they're done with that now. One of their other subs come in to I forget the name of it, what they called it, bundling, not bundling, but fusion of the wires and stuff that go into the hole. So it'll be a different sub that's on site, but everything is still being run by Laney directly, and the project manager that we've always been dealing with will still continue to be on scene.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, sir. The $52.50, that would decrease the town's portion to what?
So if you look at the bottom half, now that you guys have come on board and the officer gets the 45, the town would be paying 8 cents per hour to have that officer on the Laney site. And that's also, like I said, I kind of took some guesstimates with admin cost and vehicle maintenance and things like that. So that's where I got that number. So like I said, it is a guesstimate, but still, even with my guesstimate at $52.50, it would just cost the town 8 cents per hour to have an officer there.
So that's not recouping any money that we've lost in the past.
No, like I said, it would continue losing money if you use that bottom number, but it would be at 8 cents an hour instead of what we were previously losing it at, the $2.58 an hour.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Chris?
I have unmute here, sir. Chief, question for you. How real is it, Chief, for this detail to finish the end of March?
There you go.
How real is this for this detail to finish at the end of March?
I can't give you any affirmative on that.
And if council should decide at the end of March to walk away from Laney Detail, what would the impact be?
There's no impact. The officers wouldn't be working the overtime anymore. So I guess it would be to their personal paycheck.
What type of strain is this adding on the police department?
There's no strain currently.
But there's no strain, but we have to go back to the officers not being able to work back-to-back shifts, meaning working at Laney, then getting a short time to rest, coming back to the town, and going back to Laney, or vice versa. I think there needs to be an improved work on the schedule to ensure that the officers are resting in between their detail. Because if they're given the option to earn more and rest less, they may choose to work more for the financial gain. But I think it is unfair to the town if we have officers who are working the town, taking a short break, working Laney, taking a short break, and then coming back to the town, for them not getting their proper rest. And the schedule may reflect that that is going on. So if
It depends on what you would consider a proper rest. That happens with Officer Davis.
Okay.
And he gets it's a 6-hour turnaround.
I think if we start digging into the details of it, it's going to prove not to be wise to be doing that, and then having an officer here working a full shift. I think you just need to relook it. So in some ways, it is causing a strain, especially being down 2 full-time officers.
It doesn't cause a strain to the patrol schedule. Is there a difference in an officer with a 6-hour break versus a 12-hour break? Absolutely.
And I think that's what I'm alluding to, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I know there are general orders out there, and there are also guidelines that we need to follow when it comes to amount of hours per time frame, right? So those are the rules that and guidelines that I would like to make sure that I stress that we meet. You know, don't undercut those rules.
So currently, all of our current guidelines are not being violated. As far as if an officer works a 12-hour shift, and then, so let's just use Officer Davis. If he works a 12-hour shift, has a 2-hour break, works 4 hours at Laney as an extra duty, we're not requiring him to, that's a 16-hour day total, but for those hours, we're not asking him to do it. That's something that he's volunteering to do. Currently, I believe our current schedule is we can mandate that an officer work up to 16 hours a day, but we're not asking that. He's off at 12 hours, and would he?
I agree, but we are managing it, so I would like to still put that requirement on us.
Sure, and I would say to that, if you were to use it that way, then we're still within a 16-hour window, which would give him 8 hours. It would give him 8 hours that he doesn't have to be at work.
Right, and I forget what it is, 16-hour window per day, also whatever, 36 hours in a 48-hour period or something of that sort. I forget what the general orders say, but I just want to make sure that we're following all the rules and regulations for a health and welfare
Yes,
consideration of our officers.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we're talking about, and it's kind of definite maybe, but 2 more months. What we're talking about, Chief, February and March. As of right now, they're saying it's a definite maybe, so, okay, thank you.
This is a reminder to the group, this was statistically wanted, we've negotiated the higher rate. We're not looking, this is just more of data for us to consider, but we don't have to make a formal motion on it if we've already negotiated the higher rate. Okay.
The only question I have, is this a different contract, or is this just an addition to, an amendment to the contract? Modification?
So currently, as you know, has been some of the heartburn, Councilmember Weir, is that we're not under a contract. We're just under POs. And starting February 1st, they agree that you draw down on the PO at $52.50 versus $50.
Bob?
Roberta, are you still there? At 5250, when does our current PO, or at 5250, if we draw down to 5250, when do we run out of hours under the current PO, or the last executed PO?
I would actually rather give me a few minutes to redo that math, because right now, what I had for at 50 would have taken us all the way to April 9th's payroll.
Okay.
But at 5250, I'd have to redo that math. So if you guys
Is that April's payroll or April's work date?
It'll end on the payroll ending April 2nd, but pay date will be April 9th. Be the first paycheck on April. That's in the original 50, but I can recalculate those numbers. It's just that give me an opportunity to do so, and I can get that.
No, that's close enough. It's a marginal enough difference that it's going to make a difference of 3 days, maybe, I think, if I'm doing my math on top of my head. Just so everyone's aware, I have contacted Dominion headquarters in Richmond. I do have some contacts down there, and they are going to provide me with a much harder end date. I suspect the end date is much later than March. The next phase of the contract is not. The next phase of the contract is actually putting the casing into the hole that's been bored and assembling that casing, and then that's followed by the drawing of that copper cable that's as big around as my thigh, probably another set of equipment. I suspect this project is, at least from the underground shot that they're doing under 66, is not going to be finished by the end of March, particularly if the weather continues this way. So we're going to be dealing with this for quite some time. I just want to remind everybody that, as I recall, at the last meeting, or the meeting before that, we decided to pursue MOUs in the future to negotiate these in the terms, so that the terms are quite clearly laid out as to who's responsible and who's liable, and what the provisions for leaving the duty are.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, that's what I was going to say. I was too in favor of either an MOU, MOA, a contract, or something more than just a PO2. I think it gives us all a better understanding and maybe a little more input into the actual service. So, thank you.
Would it make everyone feel better or more inclined to continue if I were to approach Laney with the contract that was drawn up by the attorney? I think he drew two up, one with a 1099, one continuing the way we're doing now, and see if they would just go ahead and sign that. Would that be better?
I'll just speak for me, Chief. I personally, I would like to see that, again, because I deal with contracts all the time, and I think it gives us a better grasp of what's going on and everything. Just my opinion.
I agree too. It does eliminate any type of liabilities we may have.
I don't think it limits them. I think it just lays them out.
Joe?
Yeah. Certainly don't want to restrict our officers if we can help it. But I think an agreement, if you could try to get them to sign an agreement, that makes more sense. I think the bigger issue is if they continue to work beyond March, having that agreement in place will, I believe, protect us. the issue revolving around, you know, the scheduling and all, that's something we'll have to look at going forward, particularly if there's going to be other details. We really need to go through an agreement and understand better. I personally agree with the 1099 versus doing it the way we're doing it, but for the purposes of getting this done, it may be the only way we can go for the moment. But certainly, we need an agreement.
Again, if it helps with the heartburn, I can ask them to switch to 1099. I mean, it's only, they can only say no, or they can not have us. It's whatever the council wishes.
At this point in time, Mr. Mayor, I mean, much as I hate saying this, I suspect it's much easier to stay the course, at least through the term of the current PO. Now, if they're going to have to extend that again, obviously, I mean, I will push for an MOU at that time. But for expediency's sake, and so that we don't throw even more money pursuing this from an admin, you know, administratively, both from the chief's side and our side, and paying Martin to sprinkle holy water on the MOU. I mean, if it's only going to cost us 8 cents an hour for the term of the term of the remainder of the PO, I'm fine with that. I am not likely to get over in the near term or the long term the amount of money that the arrangement by the previous council has cost this town over the long term, but that's, you know, water under the bridge, crying over spilled milk. I just want everybody to take note of the amount of money that the town spent to, quite frankly, provide an opportunity for the PD, and I don't mind that at all. Providing the opportunity for them to accrue overtime and get paid some extra money, it's great. But I just want everybody to look at the price tag here of what it cost us out of our pockets.
And I agree. I mean, with the present PO, if they're just going to extend it or they're just going to up it starting February 1st, that's fine. When that money burns out and they go into signing an addendum, at that point, we should probably ask for the MOU.
Negotiate with an MOU.
Okay, understood.
Okay, liaison reports. Finance. Is that Bob or Joe?
That was Joe waving. He's still muted.
I really don't have anything to report. I think we've covered most of what we needed to cover in the work session with respect to the budget. I don't think anything major out there. Bob, unless you have anything else to add, frankly, I think we'll move on.
The only thing I would add is that you've pretty much seen the efforts of the last week in the form of the spreadsheets tonight. We are, maybe Roberto can chime in just briefly on his preliminary time plan. We are getting ready to crank up the work on the FY22 budget. So if you've got any questions, needs, or desires, now's the time to start sending them in.
Okay, any questions for the liaison?
Not a question, just a comment, if I can. Just a comment. I don't think we could have chosen any...
Grouchier?
Well, yes, grouchier, yes, but any two more competent individuals to spearhead the finance committee. And Joe and Bob, you guys have been doing good. It's only been 8 months. 7 months. So, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I don't see any hands up, so we'll move on to the next report from the police. Whenever you're ready, Chris.
Oh, the liaison or the police report?
Liaison.
Oh, I'm here waiting for the chief, I'm sorry. There's just one thing there's just one thing I do want to ask of the council members, and it has to do with reporting. In the past, and I don't know if it has to do because of the structure that we had with the acting town manager was the mayor, and there was blurring of responsibilities. But reports would normally be sent from the chief of police to council members. When we started our new term, and I was appointed as the liaison, we started funneling things through me, and then I determined if we should send it. But I think we need to be a little bit more clear-cut. Like yesterday's posting that the chief made was ideal for all of us. All side roads are cleared, you know, that one. And I think the chief needs directive as far as what other areas could he be informing us of. Major accidents. I don't have a problem if he continues, but I think there are some things like yesterday kind of brought it to my mind that there are some things that he should just shoot it out just to the reporting staff, the reporting team. So if you have any additional guidelines to give to him, I think it would be appreciated.
Okay, I don't know if anybody has anything off the top of their head, but we can shoot you emails.
Okay, thank you, sir.
As things pop up.
Well, just a prime example was the support of DC, during the inauguration, those sorts of things, even though we're well down the totem pole, it's just sort of those key events that we're likely to get asked about by the community.
And I think that would be a good guideline. Maybe the chief could start thinking about it. Is it something that a resident would ask a council member about? Yeah, let me shoot it to this council member. So that could be a good gauge.
Yeah, if it affects this town, the water main break we had a couple of years ago, shooting something out. If it affects this town, I think he ought to have carte blanche to send it out.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions for the liaison? Okay. We'll move on to the next report, the Architectural Review Board liaison.
Okay, we'll jump in quick. Aldi signs, Aldi, this is in the old Food Lion, they're wishing to divide the space. They come in with signage that would more or less remove all the second floor windows and create what we had talked about was a billboard effect. There are also some other facade improvements, removing some of the faux windows on either side of the entrance and creating more glass and more openness or more ability to view into the stores. One of the challenges with the applications, they were asking for the sign size initially, the letter height, and then the height on the building that was not permitted by the zoning ordinance. Right now, the ordinance allows more or less signage in that band between the two windows and what follows along the rest of the shopping center. Initially, we asked them to go back and revisit some alternatives to just simply bricking in the old second story. They came back, to their credit, they came back and gave some alternatives and gave some thinking about it. Ultimately, we came down along the lines where this is an iconic building. It's not a historic building, but it's an iconic building in the town, and you would change it to such a degree as to change the character of the shopping center. And more importantly, if you were to reassemble the space, right now they wanted to divide it, but if you wanted to reassemble the space, you'd have a hard time undoing a lot of the architectural features. They acknowledge that. They do feel like they're at a disadvantage to their competitor that may come in across the street. We did point out they'd be under the same sign standard that they would be. We did support their other modifications to the facades and the replacement of the windows. But we did give them an alternate approval to allow for a sign between the two, the first and second floor, and then do some other detailing around it to sort of set it off from some of the other signs. We did talk about the zoning ordinance, that they may approach the planning commission about larger signs for that sort of building, taller letter signs. So we encourage them to reach out to the commission and be part of that discussion. So they were disappointed. They had hoped that we would have endorsed a alternate sign that could be put through the review process. We didn't feel it was appropriate to approve something that would not be allowed under the zoning ordinance. So it was a good discussion. I'll give Aldi credit for spending the time and looking into alternatives. Robinson Village, which is the Van Meter community here on the side of town, the architecturals made it through. Good variation. I recused myself from that discussion because of my work at Loudon, but it was a well-managed discussion, had a lot of good feedback on the materials and aesthetics and views from the various frontages. The most interesting application that night is Transform Power Yoga. This is about a 4,000 square foot, what could be argued a more modern or contemporary structure that's on Hunting Path up against Long Street Commons. It is going to be an iconic building, and it's going to be there's going to be some subjective opinions about it. I will say that Emily does a good job of putting together the criteria and the policies by which we evaluate it. We also, Emily worked with the applicant ahead of time to put together a good application that answered a lot of our questions that we would likely get as part of a ARB review. But ultimately, given its context, along Main Street and our main corridors, that sort of architecture would not be appropriate. Would have to be far more compatible and in keeping with the local material or local architecture. The fact that it's about 500 feet off Washington Street, the fact that it's a smaller structure that will blend into the community. They did pull in standing seam, they pulled in masonry, they pulled in wood, they pulled in a lot of the materials that traditionally build our structures in town. We did feel that was appropriate, and there was support from our criteria, generating interest in architecture, generating interest in history, and generating interest in new businesses, artisans. You could argue Transform Power Yoga is an art. So we felt for all those variables and those factors that it was appropriate. Also, too, got to remember when the town burned after the Civil War, that a lot of these buildings now we consider historic. We're probably very contemporary for their time, and we've created a sense of place in a town that's been built over time. So we did feel, again, it would be appropriate in this context. It was conditional. They are to come back with a landscape plan. The intent is to look at that landscape plan to make sure that we're not trying to hide it in plain sight, but transition that structure to the surrounding community. Obviously, we want it to blend nicely with Long Street Commons. We have the new Van Meter project across the street. It is bordered by 2 commercial properties. So sorry for the long explanation, but they have to come back for that. They also have to come back for a sign plan, and they also have to come back for a lighting package. So there was, the mayor did meet with or reach out to the HOA president, who did put out sort of a limited broadcast on his Facebook page asking for some feedback. The 2 questions I got asked were about access. Right now, access is going to be off of Hunting Path and also off of Jefferson. There was concern about cut-through traffic. Wasn't necessarily an ARB issue, but we were able to answer the question. So we also talked about the mayor with these sorts of iconic buildings that are coming in the future, maybe increasing the visibility of those meetings, either through signage on the property, similar to we do for public hearings, or other ways to make sure that we're engaging the community. This was actually a delayed a month because of the, we did not have quorum in December. So there was some additional time to review some of the materials. It was a well put together application. We did get some feedback that we did not spend as much time perhaps as we have with some of the larger projects. Again, I would base that on the context and the preparedness of the applicant and putting together a good application when it came through the door. So thank you for indulging me on that, but I know you're going to get some questions once it's up and running, but I think it'll be a business and an architecture that we can be proud of. So thank you.
Okay, I want to make it visible that I did get a call, someone complaining that it doesn't really follow the architecture here. I went through legal to do a review on what the options are for appeal and everything else. It looks like we missed the window for appeal on this, so I can't even bring it up. But the two things that I really take away from this is that our ordinance only has 7 days for appeal of this. If you guys are on the third Wednesday of the month, and we don't have anything until the next Monday, that time frame is kind of shot for them to try and raise the issue to the council to put any type of appeal in place. Since we are modifying our ordinances, I want to make sure that we do extend this out. I think 14 days should be appropriate, because in most conditions, we would be able to react to it at our meetings. Also, the only people that can apply for this are aggrieved individuals, and oh, sorry. I've been trying to be good at this.
It's almost early. But
yeah. So what I've pretty much said is that there were some complaints about the building. Legally, the window for appeals is gone. What I feel we need to address as we go through the ordinances is we need to expand that appeal it limit so that they overlap with the ARB meeting and the council meeting, so that there is extra time for us to react. So I requested for them to extend it from 7 days to 14. Also, we noticed that the definition of aggrieved is limited. Well, there isn't any definition, so who do we consider aggrieved here? Is it adjoining properties? Is it the whole town? So I think we need to come up with a definition for what aggrieved is. And like Marchant was saying, visibility may have helped us out a lot if we just had some type of signs that we could throw on the property that's up for evaluation when we put the ARB or Planning Commission meeting agenda out on our website saying, you know, ARB reviewed, or, you know, or PC, under PC review, or some sign that at least will spark attention. And I request that, I guess, Marchant, if you could kind of discuss that with Chris and come up with some options you would like to go through. I don't think we need approvals for that. It's just something we could do out of common courtesy.
So Emily had mentioned that we will get an opportunity to review the historic district ordinance as part of the zoning ordinance work that the PC is doing, and we'll make that part of the task list as to review those standards within the ordinance. So again, I feel we had a good discussion. We were able to justify why we felt it was appropriate in this instance, but happy to take the feedback anytime that we can. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for Marchant?
No, it's late.
Okay, let's move on then. Planning Commission.
And I was going to be short, and now I'm not. As far as the Planning Commission, you know, obviously the SUP came through, and we're in the process of the zoning text review. And it's interesting that the issue of Transform Yoga comes up at this point in time, because it triggers a number of questions. Mr. Mayor, if you want to change the timing for the appeal, put it in writing, because I'll forget. If you want to know what an aggrieved party is, Marchant has one definition. I have the correct definition, because this came out of an argument several years ago. The definition is as broad as it appears. But it calls into question a couple. this is something that needs to be addressed, and we've had this happen before, and this gets to process and procedure. As I understand it, Transform Yoga still has to have a site plan approved, correct? So now
Yes,
so now we've got the architecture approved before the site plan is. So we don't know what the building's gonna look like from a footprint standpoint. We don't know where the ingress egress is gonna be. I've raised this issue for 16 years. And people still come in and get a COA for their building for what it looks like. And then when they come, they submit their site plan or they submit their rezoning or whatever, and suddenly the building elevations don't work because the building doesn't fit. Something that we need to address in our process. They've got to either be submitting them at the same time, and ideally they should be through the planning commission before they go to the ARB for review of the architectural. Just my particular theory on that. But it also brings up the historic area. Marchant, you're asserting that architectural style is not appropriate for Washington Street, and you're right, it's not. That's not the way our historic ordinance is written. It's for the entirety of the town. And I think it is well past time that we revisited the historic district, and this is gonna come before the planning commission when we get to that chapter of the zoning text. It is well past time to restrict the area of the historic district, and I can already hear Dottie screaming at home, but to cover the core area of the town and the gateway corridors and eliminate those areas like townhouses and Long Street, Green Hill Crossing, and a variety of the other neighborhoods with HOAs, and really cut down the red tape and expense both to the town and to the applicants, and more on that at a later date.
My feedback to you is hopefully this can be worked out within the text amendments that are going to happen. I expect you, Marchant, and our town planner to get together and come up with a resolution for this. I don't think we need to beat it out here.
I think we already have a canned one ready to go somewhere.
But that's my recommendation. I'll leave it at that. Anybody have questions for? Okay. Other than that topic, anything else that came up in the PC meeting that is of interest?
The only other note is that since staff is going to be otherwise encumbered on Wednesday night, I'll be presenting the town's position, or actually the town's concerns with respect to the site plan for the rezoning of the two hotels at the corner of Antioch and 55.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Any questions? Okay, we'll move on then. Business roundtable.
That's me. All right, so our meeting is going to be in the evening on February 9th at 6:30 with the social starting at 6:15 here at Town Hall via a Zoom link as well. The staff has been working on an updated contact list for all the businesses. That should be completed by tomorrow, which we will then work on tackling, calling, and making certain that we reach them personally to invite them to the meeting.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we'll move on then.
You guys have my weekly reports, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Where's Chris?
Everybody scrambles for their paper. Anybody have any questions?
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There was a discussion. There was a discussion before, and I don't know if this is for Chris or for Emily, concerning smoking on the patio at the coffee house. I don't know what we determined from it, what we decided to do or investigate. Just had a note here about smoking on the caboose patio.
So where we left it, to my knowledge, was that we were going to observe it, and if there's any complaints, we would discuss it with the tenants. And I have yet to receive any complaints about smoking on that back patio. I can reach out to Emily and the other staff to see if there's any complaints, but to my knowledge, there has not been any complaints.
I wonder if people think that it's not a place to complain, it's just a smoking lounge, so they wouldn't necessarily complain. I don't know what the answer is, I'm just bringing up. And it's not even a complaint that was made to me, I just saw it.
And just one of the other things that we have added is the picnic tables here in front of Town Hall. So that is something too, that in pretty close proximity, there's additional tables that if individuals didn't like the smoke in that back area, they do have multiple options right here in front of Town Hall. I know the weather hasn't really been permitting to sit outside recently, but yeah, so we've been observing to see if there was any complaints, which we haven't heard. And then, like I said, we have since gotten the tables out front. So now there's multiple locations where individuals can sit and enjoy some coffee.
Mr. Mayor, I've been over there and I've talked to some of the folks out there. They, like on Saturday mornings when it's nice, you have a group all riding motorcycles, and they get out there. Every one of them smoke cigars. They have such a good time. And I was talking to one of them about. They said, "Oh, you make this, we'll go somewhere else," because they came here from another location. So I'm gonna have a non-smoker. I won't go around smoke, but I haven't seen any issue there, but we don't know what we don't know, so.
Yeah, and plus, I think you got to look at what the restaurant hotel industry is with ordinances of smoking. It is outside. You know, I'm sure we could probably request like a 6-foot and create 2 different separate things. But I would wait until we start to really get some complaints on that. And right now, we haven't seen anything. Anything else? Okay, we'll move on then. We got the police chief.
All right, Mayor. All right, can everybody hear me? I just want to start with a statement. When I got here in 2017, there was very much a feeling of the PD versus the admin, and I took immediate steps with my officers to eliminate that. I have continued over the last 4 years to keep a team spirit, including getting involved with the admin side in order to help out over and above my police duties. There have been numerous times when I and the officers have stayed to set up or clean up after events long after everyone else has left. I am always willing to help, and I go beyond my assigned police duties often. I'm sad to hear that the admin staff may feel differently, and all I can hope is that it is from a financial standpoint and not a personal one. And just so I'm clear, I think Roberto and Kim, Emily and Chris are rock stars. I love working with them, and I'm glad to be part of a team with them. Just want to make that clear. Secondly, I'd like to thank the council for your actions tonight and the retention bonuses. I appreciate that. The officers appreciate that. Now on to the report. We'll do statistics in a minute, but we'll jump to the items on the bottom of the first page. Your full-time vacancies. Currently, after going with an ad with Indeed and some additional advertising areas, we have currently 9 applicants. We're going to interview 4 applicants tomorrow, 3 applicants on Wednesday, and 2 more applicants next Tuesday. I think that you will be pleasantly surprised with the amount of diversity we have in these applicants. I hope that everybody, passes, the interview and the background, and we have a lot to choose from. I'm very encouraged that we can get our 2 vacant positions filled with just the 2 of the 9 that we have, but we'll see what happens after that. So we'll be moving forward with that, and hopefully by the end of this week, the middle of next week, we should have a very good idea of where we're going and who we're going to start a background investigation on. That'll take several weeks. Then you bring your top candidates in for a peer interview, and then you make an offer, and of course you give them 2 weeks to be able to do their own resignations. So we're looking maybe mid-March when we can get someone in here. But I'm encouraged with what we had and what Indeed has come up with for us. Attended a DMV grant workshop this month, getting ready for grants that we're going to be putting in for next year. We did a Northern Virginia Chiefs meeting. I actually have an update for you guys on that I need to pull up here. Just so you know, there has been a rash of swatting calls in the county where people call in and say something's wrong at a house, and all the police run to that, and nothing's wrong there. We just had that here in the new subdivision up here off of Haymarket Drive just last week, so it is affecting our area as well. This is all coming from Prince William County Police Department. Larcenies of autos in the West End are increasing. That is a problem. There is a group that is going around doing that. We're keeping an eye on that here. Currently, we've had some break-ins of vehicles, but no thefts of vehicles so far. The commuter lots are now being flash mobbed all over the county for car shows, impromptu car shows and drag races. So that's something that the county is keeping an eye on. Currently, we haven't had any problems in our commuter lot, but they have come as close as the 29 and 66 lot. Prince William has teams to deal with this, but with the new police reform laws, a lot of the primary offenses that you could stop someone for are out of the question now. So basically you try to show up and just run everybody off, and then if someone gives you something to pull them over for, you can. As far as around the county, Dumfries Rosie's has opened up, and they've also had their very first robbery of their $13,000 winner that they had. So you're going to see a lot of that with people watching the payout gates, and then they follow them home and they rob them. So that's the very first one in Dumfries. Commonwealth Attorney, we're working with them on several things to increase our productivity with them. And they've started a new public defender's office to be able to assist in prosecutions. The General Assembly, just so you know, the qualified immunity bill that was brought in from the House was tabled and sent to the
Appropriation?
No, the Crime Commission or something to study it. So basically that's off the table. And then the Senate bill on that was defeated today, killed in committee. What that means to us is officers are covered for things that they do in the commission of their duties from being sued.
They're effectively both dead too, because they can't carry them over to the next session because they'll have an election in between.
Right. So this is a victory for police officers, because you're going to see a little bit of an exodus of police if their house is on the line in a lawsuit, and we all know you can be sued for anything nowadays. What's good? Why is that good for the town? Is that you do away with qualified immunity, then companies like VML or other insurance companies are going to want to up your rates so that if the town is sued, you can cover the costs of the officers or your officers, or you won't cover that, and then you may have to do away with the police department because you can't cover a lawsuit because they're not covered anymore under qualified immunity. So that was a good thing. There's several other things that went through today, but that was one of the main things that deal with the town. Laney update, we've already gone over. All the officers have went through a TASER recert. In reference to the speed sign, I think you can see in the stats that there is no stats for the speed signs this month. We had a power outage, and it threw the speed signs all off. They were only recorded like 3 days whenever I tried to download this. As far as Councilman Passanello's request of hardwiring these signs, I did get a quote from the company. They want $800 just for the cords and everything that would allow us to hardwire these, and then you would have to get an electrician to I guess, bring up some type of plug or hardwire them into it's whatever power source we bring to that. So that would be something that you guys would have to get a quote on. I think, what's his name? Lewis may come in the next week or two and may be able to give us a quote if he's not doing other things for the town. But I would need to come back with you with his quote plus the price of that if we were going to hardwire these in. Let's see. Thanks to Councilman Weir on the encryption. Encryption on the radios went live today. All of our radios, car radios and hand radios, are working on the encryption. We're compliant and at zero cost to us. Appreciate Councilman Weir for going to bat for us with the assistant executive, county exec on that. So we appreciate that. That's all I have. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Bob, I see your,
It's a real short one.
okay,
You were
No,
telling
no
us-
pun intended, right?
Yeah, we're both in that category. The last meeting, I believe you told us you had arranged for COVID vaccines for the officers. Has that been impacted by the change by Prince William County in their distribution and prioritization, i.e., have you gotten them yet?
So what I did was register each officer, turn that over to the town manager. He registered us with them. The email came out for us to each officer to go on their own and register. I forwarded that email to each officer, and it was up to them to take whatever action they felt they wanted to do. As far as I know, those appointments have been scheduled.
They're not amongst those that were canceled by the county?
Not that I know of, but I've taken an approach on this of like a HIPAA thing. Like I give you all the information. It's up to you whether you do it or not. I'm not gonna ask you if you did or didn't or follow up on your. But yes,
I'm just curious if you had any issues with the.
I haven't heard of any issues, no, sir. And I appreciate Prince William extending that to us. They never missed a beat on that with us.
Address that. There were several, just because it was so quick from the time that the category with the town employees met that, and then the cancellation. Just for example, I actually registered there was a CVS in West Virginia that had the vaccine still, so I had made an original appointment, but then they were canceled. But we actually got an email today, so any officer that had their appointments canceled, they can actually go on today, and they've got very specific instructions now. It used to be a wide range of places, and now it's 3 places that you can go to, and if you already got your first vaccine, you have to go to 2 different places to get that second one. So they've done a lot better job at having appointments available and moving forward with that.
Chief, I believe you can thank Supervisor Canlon for making that available to you guys over the disaster that happened with the distribution.
Yes, sir.
anything else from anybody?
Mayor, if I could.
Mhm.
I apologize. This is actually, Dottie had sent this out. I told her she was going to come in, and then she decided to email, and I could have read this during citizens' time. However, I didn't catch it on my email until recently. So this is Dottie Leonard's citizens' comment. She said, "I was planning on attending, but the bad weather got too bad. I fully support the police department being able to take the vehicles home so that they can be back to town quickly in case of emergency. I'm opposed to the decision to address the application for QBE in closed session. Bob Weir made the motion, which included a lot of where ifs that were not facts. reduction in property values, etc. Question of conflict of interest, to have the decision be made with the same attorney who will represent the town should it go to court. I feel responsible to take action on behalf of the citizens group should a decision be made to have DMV in town-owned property without a public hearing should that decision create negative outcomes for town residents. Sincerely, Dottie Leonard. So I just wanted to read that in because she did send it to me, and I told her that I would read it in. It just, my phone didn't get it until recently. Thank you.
Next, okay. Town treasurer? Town treasurer?
No.
2 o'clock, 2 o'clock feeding, right?
Yeah.
Good evening.
Not yet?
It's a few updates. I have, as in my report, we have a schedule for our auditor to show up at the work session on the 22nd. He is basically going to go over and present our CAFR report, which is our audit, our annual audit. This will be the opportunity for council to ask questions and for him to answer any specifics on the questions on when it comes to the town finances. I have been working on, to Councilman Ware's comment, I have been working on the budget. I've actually started since December. It's getting closer for me to start receiving solid data. I have just recently received the health insurance renewal, which is going to be in the town's favor. Looks like we will be seeing a decrease to that cost. And we're beginning to, within the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be busy trying to collect as much data for renewal from Versa as well as our assessments. Along with the town manager, we're hoping to get that initial draft budget tightened up to present to council. Probably have discussions with the finance committee in regards to the draft as well. We have begun to also send out the business license renewal. We did it actually a month earlier this year. The intent with that was that come February, this week actually, February or next, we are going to reach out via email to also try to reach out to those businesses that may encounter some issues when it comes to their payment this year, to try to see if there's any way the town could assist or help them plan out when it comes to that April 30th due date for renewal. Other than those updates, I am here to answer any questions concerning the budget. It really has not changed much from the last work session, but I am here to answer any questions. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, you. Yes, Roberto, I think you had an anniversary recently. Can you tell me what number that is?
Sure.
So I have officially completed 4 years, back on January 10th. I think I came in a week after Chief Lance, so we started about the same time.
Oh, congratulations. I have no questions. I just wanted to make sure that we recognized your anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you.
There goes my council member time.
Okay, any other questions?
Any other questions?
Okay, we'll move on. Town planner. Oops. Move on for town planner.
So with my report, we kind of already went through some of the ARB stuff. I did just want to add that with Transform Power Yoga, we did have 2 previous meetings with Marchant and Sheridan. I don't think Marchant was at the second one, but our chairwoman was there. And so the plans were definitely discussed several months prior. also add with that application that I had not expected it to be approved that night. I did not prepare a draft motion, so that was something that, you know, the board discussed through and took action on that night at their discretion. With that, though, I have made note of the aggrieved party definition. We do have one existing in our zoning ordinance, so we'll look at that definition and update it accordingly. As for Planning Commission, I think Bob did a good job explaining what we're working on. We have another work session before our next meeting. Our next meeting is again on a Tuesday following the February holiday. Not only do we have the work session, but we also have a public hearing for the Crossroads Village Center, SUP for a restaurant with a drive-through, as well as an SUP for the 2/2s, and that would be 78 of them. So that report will be going out on Wednesday, as will the public notice for 2 weeks in the newspaper. So that'll be live, and the property will also be posted. And then the only other item I kind of wanted to give everybody an update on is the Pardo House. Chris and I have been working with Ms. Pardo in a couple back and forth conversations regarding what's going on next. The blight notice has been sent to the newspaper. It too will be live on Wednesday. It'll be live for 2 weeks. The certified letter will also be mailed to her property. In the past, we've had issues with it being returned because it sits at the P.O. box for quite some time, but we'll send a first class and a certified and see if we can get it to her, as well as an email copy. We do have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning to discuss a plan and moving forward, but I just wanted to kind of give everybody that update, and that's where we stand today. Oh, and one other update, property maintenance code, 3 properties were reported. One was deferred back to myself to work on first with the zoning matter, and if it doesn't get resolved, we'll send it back up to the county. 2 additional properties will be reported when I'm in the office on Wednesday.
Okay, any questions for Emily? Okay, thank you, Emily. We'll move on to town engineer report.
Do this one real quick. So Katie's been working hard. We actually have had 4 site plans come in here at the same time. So we have just wrapped up Robinson Village. They are on their way to getting the final signature. We are also processing the McDonald's site plan for the second drive-through, Carter School, and we're also looking at updating and working with the engineers on Robinson Paradise, which is over 66 on the left-hand side on Walter Robinson Lane. Pedestrian improvement project, that should be finalized here very shortly. We had our final checklist meeting with VDOT last Thursday, or Wednesday it was. The contractor has 1 small pipe to repair, a couple more videos to take, and then we should be very, very close to just closing it out and being done. That's about it.
Okay, I don't see any hands, so we'll move on. Town attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor. You have my report. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Don't see any hands, so we'll move on. Council member time. Morris, we'll start with you.
Ooh, look at that. On your phone. Sure, thank you. Thank you for the rest of council for entertaining me going through resurrecting the vehicle take-home policy. I really appreciate each person's input. I do wish that we get to a stage where we discuss things and leave personalities and emotions out of it, but sincerely, I do appreciate each person's input, and I think it has made even us, as we discuss, better at discussing things. Outside of that, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time.
Councilman Passanello?
You're muted.
Sorry about that. So I wasted 30 seconds. I just want to say thank you to, who's it, Morgan? The gentleman that gave us the tour of the hotel site. I thought there was a good opportunity to see how the project is progressing. Saw a lot of interesting things, and we've got some discussing to do about the utilities because they're going to be, the timing of it is going to be interesting. And one of the things that came out of the discussion was the sidewalk and whether we want to piggyback on their contractor to do some improvements to our responsibility around our building there across the street. And so I think we're going to have a conversation, and I'll leave it to the staff to bring it up at one of our future meetings. But it's one of these opportunities that we might be able to piggyback on their contract, and we'll have to see how that goes. So over by the museum there on Fayette, as well as a portion of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pater?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as always, I don't always express it, but I truly value and respect every single one of my councilmen. So thank you very much. I do appreciate the lively conversation and the fact that we can have one. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Schneider?
I do hope, 6 months, 8 months in, we can get, I'm frustrated by the police discussion, and I do feel there seems to be, we need to get to a happy medium that we can agree to disagree on the discussion. It seems to fall in sort of one camp or the other. I chose to be elected and to take the heat, so to speak. I've been disappointed with some of the public comment, but I do believe we all, in our own ways, in our own minds, feel like we have our hearts in the right place. I've followed up with Chief, talked to him about certainly my experience as a new council member. I've used my resources to try to better understand and better appreciate the roles and responsibilities of the police department. But I think we need to be patient with each other as we come along this discussion. And again, I'm interested in the budget discussion, and I will give some input on some things that we need to have. I am concerned that we not start fits and starts on initiatives, and then we're not being seen as consistent. That being said, Councilman Passanello already talked about the sidewalks for the hotel. I did get a text from Ryan Morgan tonight asking if we would take up that discussion. They're wanting to relocate the Verizon utility line, and so how they decide to do that, if we are agreeing to some sort of pilot project from the sidewalks, he's asking that we get some feedback sooner rather than later. I will talk to Chris Kuhn about bringing that up as a potential work session item, and also to Sheridan King about talking about opportunities for a pilot project at the ARB. I was listening in on some of the PC discussions about the ordinance amendments with relation to residential development. Also, Don Wooden had raised had some conversations about his project and what it means to have additional residential density. I am going to reach out to Chris about putting together a short memo on the state statute regarding the population threshold for capital facilities. I think going ahead of Mr. Wooden's application, we need to better understand or be on the same page is that what happens when our population gets above that? So I'll follow up with him. Also, the discussion about parking with the ongoing ordinance, that I was going to ask staff to resurrect the parking study that was done. I don't know that our conditions have changed since that study was done. So there's some good recommendations out of there that I would offer to the Planning Commission. Lastly, we had also, the previous council had commissioned a financial analysis of the impact of residential development. This relates to the 3,500 discussion. So I was going to ask the staff if they could find that as well, give some methodology on how we determine impact of residential development and use some census data and some other sorts of things. So thanks to the staff and the police department. Appreciate the dialogue with the council members. Have a good night.
Chris, you have a question?
My only question was the parking study and financial analysis. Do you have a year or a ballpark?
I'll have to look through I want to say it's 2013, 2014, maybe?
So, but like 2010 to 15 would be a good window?
Yes.
Okay.
Berkeley Group did the fiscal analysis. It's an engineering firm that did the parking study. I hope it's on the server somewhere. That was a contract we'd paid for and got a result. So, anyway, it'd just be helpful to daylight some of that again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm glad we have our work group meetings so we can keep our council meetings shorter. I sure hope we can work on that. I'm going to echo the Vice Mayor's comments. I think it's cool that we can agree to disagree and throw little darts at each other, and I'm not going to mention my name or Bob's name, but throw little darts at each other, but at the same time, agree to disagree. And again, I'll say, when I walk off this council, I take nothing personal. So with that said, my appreciation always to the police department and to Chris and the admin staff and to this council and the mayor. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve. Bob?
At this hour, I think the only thing I'm going to say is anybody who wants a cup of coffee, I'm getting ready to start a pot and go to work. Have a good week.
Okay, and on that note, I'll keep it short. I think I've verbalized everything. Just thank you for your time. And we'll leave it at that. Next item, sorry to say, we do need to have a closed session because of one item. There were some other items we were going to have, but I think we're going to close those out for the night. But we do have to have one item. So do we have that written up, Chris?
Can you read us into closed session for the email investigation?
I was so ready to go home.
Okay, go ahead, Martin.
So, the motion would be that the council enter closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A 8, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters, specifically an email investigation, investigation into emails of the town.
So moved.
So, second.
Got a motion and second?
Yeah.
Do I need a round table, or can we just concurrent? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's close up. when you're ready.
Move the town council certify that the closed session just concluded. Nothing was discussed except the matter or matters specifically identified in the motion to convene in closed session and lawfully permitted to be discussed in closed session under the provision of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as cited in that motion.
So moved.
Okay, got a motion and second. Up for a vote.
Roll call. Schneider,
Yes.
Pater,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Shannon,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Weir,
Aye.
Casserly.
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Mo- Got a motion and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Going to work in 2 hours. Anybody want?